should know. I have never really liked you at all. I cannot hide it anymore. I've been thinking about the future, trying to forget about the past. So many ways that I could change for the better.
This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free. I was trying to fix my ponytail and I wasn't even on the stage. Good gracious. I was over here talking. Sorry about that. Thank you all for being here. Hannah UK, thank you so much for the $4.99 toward the Foyas. Love this speculating family. We love you too, darling. Thank you so much for that. That helps out so very much. I greatly appreciate that. I guess I'll be like this for right now. Thank you so very much, Hannah. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate it. I've actually got some mail back today. I've been submitting so many FOIAs, y'all, because I've been tired of YouTube messing with me about stuff. So, I mean, I should be getting stuff back. They're supposed to respond within 10 days. And then, you know, sometimes they'll respond and be like, oh, we don't know how long it could take. One popular case, they're like, oh, it could be months. I'm like, really? Really, guy? Thanks. Lola's mom, and thank you for the 99-cent super sticker of the little money eyes with the heart. That is so very cute. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate that. You guys are so very sweet and supportive. Thank you. I greatly appreciate that, and it helps out so much. Thank you, guys. It's good to see you, Loa's mom, Hannah UK, Hio, True Crime Guardians with Hio, Kelly, good to see you, Julie Ann, Overrun with Cats, said a lot of beautiful kids are missing, and they are. It's very sad. Nice to meet you, Overrun with Cats, the classic one, good to see you, Southern Cats, good to see you. And thank you for being here. Anita Blackstone, thank you for being here. Good to see you. Stephanie, good to see you. And the classic one, I haven't seen you in a while. I said hey to you a second ago, but I wanted to say thank you for being here again. Shelby, good to see you, and thank you for being here. Teresa, Tanya in the D, Snarky Pants, Cindy from sunny South Florida, thank you for being here. Lori Ann, thank you for being here. I think I might have got all of you. Let's go, said the classic one. He's back in the hospital and unresponsive, and no one will tell me anything till he can get permission. Oh my God, Brenda, I'm so sorry. I'll keep your son in my prayers. That's a hard place to be. I'm so very sorry. I talked to my mother after I, stopped messing around with my life, and she talked to me about times when she felt the same way, and it broke my heart. I'm sorry, love, and I'll keep him in my prayers. Edith, good to see you, and Bethina, good to see you. Mimi, good to see you. Monica, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Anita had said, here's hoping everyone's having a great Friday. My favorite part of the opening is the kitty strumming the guitar on the beach, and the bear with the moon is second. A lot of people love that intro. I need to make a new one, but I think it's on my page, but it might be private. But I'm going to unprivate it if it is, so you guys can watch it, those of you that like it. One sunny day, good to see you. And thank you for being here. I like to say hey to everybody. So everybody feels important, because you are. Rhonda, good to see you. And thank you for being here. Tanya in the dude. All right, I think I got about everybody. Queen Olive Ruth Ann, I see you down here at the bottom. Cat Ride, good to see you. Queen Olive Ruth Ann, Amy, Pennsylvania. All right. Thank you guys for being here, and thank you for keeping Brenda's family in mind. I greatly appreciate it. Okay. So let me get a piece of paper that Basil is chewing on. I have my printer right in here, and he pulls paper off the top of my printer and just chews on it. And I'm like, dude, you've got paper over here to chew on. That rabbit loves to chew on some things, and he's got to pull it off of my printer. Crazy one. All right, let's do our motivational video before we get started. I've got a lot of stuff to discuss with you today. A lot of it is articles. I do want you to be aware. But like I said, I'm trying to get information back from FOIAs, and it should be a little bit better after that, or more interesting. All right, now, my headphones messed up. My mouse is trying to be difficult. I might have to change the batteries. Okay, what do we got that's motivational this morning? Oh, we were talking about the pineal gland yesterday, so let's see what this one says.
Your brain produces monthly a substance that the Vatican calls holy chrism in secret rituals. You waste it without knowing. Christos was never a proper name. In Greek, it literally means oil, the same precious oil that your pineal and pituitary glands secrete when the moon crosses the degree of your birth. Carey exposed in his book, God, Man, the Word Made Flesh, preserve this secretion for 72 hours without alcohol, and it rises through the spine, explodes in potency in the brain, and produces the state they sell as salvation through Jesus. Golgotha.
Now, I want to add that salvation through Jesus can only be achieved through Jesus, but there's a lot of correlation with how like this could be in your body. Jesus and the Holy Trinity and all of that could be in your body. I found it interesting. And by preserving this fluid for 72 hours, they mean, like, you know, don't drink any sodas, don't drink any coffees, don't smoke cigarettes, don't drink any alcohol, anything like that. Just be pure, like water, fasting, be very, very clean for at least 72 hours. And it's supposed to enhance your pineal gland.
Means place of the skull, and it's not a hill in Jerusalem. It's the base of your skull where the optic nerves cross. The bread and wine of communion, metaphors for this sacred secretion from your body, which they replaced with crackers and juice. Constantine, who boiled his own wife, changed the original lunar calendar. Result, you never get the timing of your sacred cycles right. While popes fast during the correct lunar periods, you pay tithes, thinking you need a priest to talk to God. The illumination you beg for on your knees is being produced right now in your head.
The number 9.
I find that stuff interesting. And you can make of it what you will. This one's pretty interesting too. So we'll look at this one and then we'll get into our topics for the day.
The number 9 is the only number that returns to itself. Multiply any number by 9 and the digits collapse back into 9. 9 times 3 equals 27. 2 plus 7 equals 9.
Hey, brother.
9 times 4 equals 36. 3 plus 6 equals 9. No matter what you do, it always circles back. Even a full circle, 360 degrees, reduces to 9. 3 plus 6 plus 0 equals 9. That's why 9 has always symbolized completion. When it shows up in your life, a date, a pattern, a time, it's not random. It means a cycle is ending, so a new one can begin. Tonight, write the number 9 at the top of a page. Under it, list 9 things you're ready to release. Whisper, this cycle is complete, and I step into higher truth. Save this and comment 999 if you're ready to close the old and step into the new.
Never go to sleep without saying these 3.
So I found that interesting. And I try some of these things. I'm not going to lie. I do try some of these things from time to time. You know, I don't know. It's probably more psychological than anything. I think that I'm trying something or ending a cycle. So therefore, I subconsciously do, if that makes any sense. I don't know. Call me crazy. Speaking of calling me crazy, hey, Kimmy C123. Hio did a video yesterday on the singer with the 15-year-old found in his vehicle. Let me pull her channel up. And y'all, I was in a mood last night. I might as well have been walking around in that chat butt-ass naked because I was talking about some crazy things. I let my conspiracy side show a little bit. I know it was she might have took it down. No, she didn't. Yeah, here it is. I'm going to share this with you guys. You guys can check it out. I was talking about trafficking and high up celebrities and adrenochrome and all kinds of things. I might as well, like I said, had been walking around naked in that chat. Anyways, if you guys want to check that out, please do. And if you have not subscribed, please do. Okay, so we got a lot of things to talk about, like a lot. I've got my whole tab up here full. Let's go to first one. Hold on just a minute. Let me close this one. Good gracious. Where is it? Well, there it is. Okay. So I don't know if you heard, let me get my timestamp, but Travis Decker has been found. which can end the reign of terror that I'm sure his wife is feeling. I think that honestly, hey Blue Jay, and anybody coming in that I didn't see, Cindy from sunny South Florida. I think his reign of terror can end for his wife now that they found his body. In this video, the sheriff is going to describe the search for Travis Decker, and I'm going to let you know where he was located and all of that.
Continue to follow breaking news. Accused murderer Travis Decker likely found dead. The Chelan County Sheriff's Office telling Cairo 7 they found human remains very close to the crime scene where his daughter's bodies were found. Let's get back out to Cairo 7's Samantha Lomibao. So Samantha, what all did it take to finally make this discovery?
I don't know if they've confirmed it yet. I will double check, but they're pretty positive that it's his. Lolo, sorry. I've got a Lola and a Lolo. Good to see you, Lolo. Tanya Nadi said that they confirmed it was him. I think that they're pretty positive. They're going to have him wearing the same clothes when he was last seen. Yeah, probably. So that's probably how they know it was him.
The Chelan County Sheriff's Office says it took a village. It took several agencies helping in this search now 3.5 months later to find remains they believe are Decker's just down this road here at Grindstone Mountain. And it was actually discovered maybe about a mile, just a couple miles at max from where the bodies of his 3 daughters were found at a campground just outside of the city. Sheriff Mike Morrison says drones and cadaver dogs helped locate those remains in a remote wooded area of Grindstone Mountain. He says crews had to drop in on helicopter due to how rough that terrain there is. Law enforcement say the remains were discovered outside the area of the initial 3 searches in the Icicle Road area, including a recent FBI search.
So here on this map, it shows us where the girls' bodies were found, and we've looked at pictures in the past of the crime scene where the tent was and everything. You can see how there's roads out here to that campground. He was found up here in the mountain ridge, and that's probably why it took them so long to find him, because he was in a very remote area. Kimmy C said, I wonder if they will be able to tell how he died. Either way, happy this has come to an end. This one came to an end and another one is beginning. Spencer, good to see you. They can also look at his tattoos to identify him. Absolutely. I don't think they would put it out unless they had, like, you know, he's wearing the same clothes that he was, the tattoos, identifying marks. So I'm pretty sure that they know it's him. I'm wondering if he stayed in the area for several months and then eventually died, or if he died relatively quickly after the girls did.
Done just a couple of weeks ago. Sheriff Morrison says they were going to find him eventually. It was just a matter of time.
This search didn't work out. We would have been
Ladies, calm down.
back next month doing another search. This will bring the closure that our community's been looking for, brings justice to Peyton, Evelyn, and Olivia, and hopefully bring some closure for Whitney and her family so they can rest a little bit easier at night.
Agencies, again, including the U.S. Marshals and FBI, helped in this search today and found those remains. And this search has been going on for a couple of months now. Now, although preliminary findings suggest these remains do belong to Decker, there still needs to be DNA testing to confirm. So when we can find out for sure and what you can expect in the next 24 hours in all this, I'll have that coming up in 10 minutes. Live and
Okay, so I found that one. I'm gonna do a search real quick and see if I have anything that's like right now breaking new on that. Ludlow said, I'm sure his ex-wife is resting much easier after knowing he's no longer in this world. I think that she can rest easier at night knowing that he's not going to come and get her. But could you imagine? I mean, she lost their children and lost him, and it's kind of heartbreaking to hear it, right? Because she doesn't really blame him ever, which I find really commendable. She blames the fact that he was trying to get help and nobody helped him, which brings in, you know, the topic of discussion of our veterans having access to mental health. You know, this one is from 23 minutes ago. Spencer said they probably want DNA to officially ID Decker. Kudos to law enforcement for locating him. Yes, thank you, law enforcement, for locating him. I'll give them an amazing basil for locating Travis Decker. I truly am relieved and happy that they found him. It's been about 3.5 months. He is just a man, but he seemed to defy gravity and all the expectations of a normal man. You know what I mean? Because, like, for 3 months to be missing, sorry, y'all, it was concerning. You know what I mean? It is sad. I wish he would have gotten the mental health that he needed. So this is from 23 minutes ago. It says 1 hour, but on my page, I just clicked on it, it said 23 minutes. They might have updated it. It says, was Travis, try to move this a little closer. Was Travis Decker found human remains linked to Washington father discovered in woods? Over the 3-month search for Travis Decker, the Washington man accused of the homicide of his 3 daughters is possibly over. Human remains believed to belong to Decker were found in a remote wooded area outside of Leavenworth, the barbarian-themed village in the foothills of the Cascade Mountains in central Washington, the Chelan County Sheriff's Office announced in a news release on September 18th. I'm going to click on that and see if it brings up. Oh, yeah. Okay. So we've got this directly from the Chelan County Sheriff's Office. It says, the Chelan County Sheriff's Office is announcing the potential discovery of human remains believed to be those of Travis Decker. This week, the U.S. Marshals Service Pacific Northwest Violent Offender Task Force, headed up a search to include Chelan County Sheriff's Office, Washington State Patrol, U.S. Border Patrol, U.S. Forest Service, Spokane County Sheriff's Office, and the FBI. During the search, human remains were located in a remote wooded area south of the town of Leavenworth. While positive identification has not yet been confirmed, preliminary findings suggest the remains belong to Travis Decker. And again, I do believe the preliminary findings are going to be like, you know, he's in the clothing that he was wearing, his tattoos have been identified, things like that. Okay. They continue, the sheriff's office is currently processing the scene with the assistance of the Washington State Police Crime Scene Response Team to be followed up with DNA analysis. Chelan County Sheriff's Office has been in contact with the Decker family and are providing them with the support and updates as the investigation proceeds and are asking for continued privacy and respect for the family. Further updates will be provided as more information becomes available through the ongoing forensic examination and investigation. So we can go back to the article, but I think that tells us pretty much what we need to know. There we go. I know, Tanya. Yep, dental records would identify him immediately. Remains are overlooked so easily, and in a mountainous region like that, like, oh, no, can't see it. Like my background, in a mountainous region like my background, like, it would be hard. And I get it. It had a lot of people on edge not knowing for so long, you know? Spencer said, mental health is not your fault, but it is your responsibility. The VA offers help, but that wasn't his only option. Washington State has a good medical program, and he could have gotten mental health care. Yeah. I don't know if, like, because you're a veteran, if you have to go through the VA to get mental health. Like, I don't know how that works. I would hope that he would be able to have some type of insurance that would provide mental health for him. But we do know that he was homeless at the time. He was upset because he had just gotten into a car accident and gotten a ticket and wasn't going to be able to pay that. He was behind on child support. He was living in his truck. So even if he had insurance, I doubt he would have been able to pay for it. I think his only option was to go through the DA. You know what I mean? Blue Jay said, I feel so sorry for the family. Just a coward taking his daughter's lives and not any justice in this case. He should be in prison. I agree. You think they're going to say hypothermia? They said the remains were highly decomposed. Yeah. So if they were really decomposed, then he's probably been dead since the girls died. I read he was in a drainage pipe. I wonder if he hid there and just passed away. I don't know. I haven't heard that. I'm going to see what this says real quick. We'll see what it says. Quote, while positive identification has not yet been confirmed, preliminary findings suggest the remains belong to Travis Decker, the release said. The sheriff's office is currently processing the scene with the assistance of the Washington State Patrol Crime Scene Response Team to be followed up with DNA analysis. The remains were found during a search this week led by U.S. Marshal Service Pacific Northwest Violent Offender Task Force. Like these names, good gracious. This search effort included help from the Chelan County Sheriff's Office, Spokane County Sheriff's Office, Washington State Patrol, U.S. Border Patrol, U.S. Forest Service, and the FBI. The release didn't expand on the findings that potentially linked the remains to Decker, who was 32 when he disappeared. More information will be released as it becomes available through the ongoing forensic examination and investigation, it said. Chelan County Sheriff's Office said the authorities have kept in contact with the Decker family and providing support. Decker has been wanted on charges of first-degree homicide and kidnapping in connection with the suffocation deaths of Peyton Decker, 9, Evelyn Decker, 8, and Olivia Decker, 5, of Wenatchee and Chelan County. The human remains believed to belong to Decker were found on Grindstone Mountain off Icicle Road, a few miles away from where the bodies of Decker's 3 daughters were found, KIRO 7 reported, citing Chelan County Sheriff Mike Morrison. Clothing found near the remains resembled what Decker was known to be wearing, and unspecified personal items were also found, the news outlet reported. I think we just watched it. Oh no, it's 3 minutes.
Please, what is it that we found today? What led up to this?
So as we had mentioned before, we were going to have another search effort with the U.S. Marshal Service, Border Patrol, and we also got some assistance from Spokane County Sheriff's Office. And during that search was...
So it was several police agencies. Remember, they were talking about going and doing more searches in the area. Hey, Karen. And so that's who found him. Basically, the FBI, Chelan and Spokane County Sheriff's Offices, all the divisions, Border Patrol, they all went out and did another search, and that's when they were able to locate him. It's a sad day. I know it brings closure, but it's definitely a sad day for the families. Oh, happy birthday to Connie in heaven, Karen. That was very sweet of you. Okay, thank you. I have to grab it from my phone. Connie, I don't want to play the birthday song because it seems disrespectful. I need to get an overlay that says happy heavenly birthday, but happy heavenly birthday to Connie, and I know that she's looking over you and with you every single day. And I will send my thoughts and prayers and happy birthday wishes up to Connie today. Thank you, Hannah. I've lost one daughter. I cannot imagine 3 of them. My God. I'm so sorry, Tanya. That's awful. I couldn't imagine it either. I couldn't imagine any of what she's going through, and my heart goes out to her as well.
Started here on Monday. It was concluding today. We found some remains when we were flying our drone, and were able to get a on-the-ground confirmation they were human remains. We've since collected some items from that and sending it off to Washington State Patrol's crime lab to see if we can get DNA confirmation if it is Mr. Decker.
Potentially a huge win for everybody involved in this. I mean, it's been a few months. I know this has been exhausting for you guys.
Yeah, but we've made it very clear that we weren't going to give up, that we understood this could be in for the long haul. If this search didn't work out, we would have been back next month doing another search. Our detectives have never lost faith. The U.S. Marshal Service have stayed close next to us. Same with the FBI, along with the Forest Service. All of our other partners, Spokane County Sheriff's Office, again, Sheriff Knowles and his team out here assisting us again today. This is a collaborated effort, and we're just hoping that this will bring the closure that our community's been looking for, brings justice to Peyton, Evelyn, and Olivia, and hopefully bring some closure for Whitney and her family so they can rest a little bit easier at night.
Yeah, tell me a little bit about that area up there. What is that terrain like where you found those remains?
Mountainous. We're over 4,000 feet of elevation. It was not on a trail. It was through deep brush, and it was not an area that we had already searched before. I know a lot of people had asked in our previous search, well, you located items. Didn't you locate that in your initial search? Stand by. We'll be back.
So I'm wondering why that area wasn't searched before. Maybe because it's so remote or something to that effect. That's interesting to me. I did get the article from, I believe it was Hannah or Cindy, and it's going to talk more about how he was found, I do believe, and we'll touch on that next.
Okay, so it was in the initial search area. No, this was outside of the search area we already conducted. We said we continue to expand it out and continue to do the grid search. This is what we found in our next evolution of the search pattern.
Officer Sexy.
How did you guys get up to that area? Is it pretty hard to reach?
It was. It's about a 3-hour hike up into it. This time, thanks to Spokane County and their helicopter team, they hoisted our detectives down along with the other federal partners. We did a processing of the scene, collected the items that we needed to collect, and we continue to have security on the scene this evening, further in the morning. And again, we appreciate Chief Batiste, his investigative unit, the crime lab, also for coming forth and providing continuous assistance to us. And we'll get a little bit further about their resources and asset, but overall, just appreciative.
So, Teresa said maybe the area was too densely wooded to search, and it's possible. We knew that Travis Decker had Green Beret or Ranger training, and so it's interesting to me that we didn't search, every possible avenue. But I mean, I'm not a person who has ever done a search like that, so I might be suggesting something that's nearly impossible. I mean, these are, I don't know how many, probably thousands of acres of just open area, mountainous, wooded region. So I could see how it might be hard to search. Hey, Crackerjacks, good to see you. You were gifted yesterday. You were. Hey, Joe. I'm a groper. Groper? Are you now? 3-hour hike to go 3/4 of a mile. Yep. So it's going to be 3/4 of a mile as the crow flies.
Where do you guys go from here? What's the next 24 hours look like?
We're hoping to get results back and get a confirmation. Is this Mr. Decker or is it not? And then we're also looking towards our medical team to go through and do an assessment of how long he had been deceased.
And last question, tell me a little bit about what you guys found up there. I know you said remains, but anything else?
Dang it.
A decomposed body with bone fragments spread around the hillside, along with clothing and other personal items that match what we believe to be associated with Mr. Decker. Again, we're not going to confirm that it is him, but we feel that there's a strong possibility it could be, and we'll see what the results come back to tomorrow.
All right. Anything else you want to add tonight?
Just we appreciate the community's continued support. We hope this brings the closure everyone's been looking for tomorrow. But again, we're not ruling out that this could not be him, but we're optimistic that it is.
Okay. So, I mean, I feel, good and thinking that it could be him. Let's jump over here. Hold on just a minute. Hey, Solistic Glow. I hope you are enjoying your day. Your last day alive. I mean, at work. Sorry. I love you. Inside joke. Hi, Shelby. All right. So this is the article that Hannah sent me, and it reads, remains believed to be Travis Decker, wanted in the homicide of his 3 daughters after months on the run. Okay, we're not watching that. Heck no. Human remains believed to be Travis Decker were found after a 3-month search for the Army veteran wanted for the homicide of his 3 young daughters near a campsite in rural Washington. The likely body of the National Guardsman was discovered in the Icicle River drainage after officials earlier warned he should be considered dangerous and could be anywhere within the nation. We are waiting for further confirmation tomorrow, Chelan County Sheriff Mike Morrison told NC Wildlife. Thursday evening, but it seems to be consistent with clothing we believe he was last seen in. Official identification will be made by the Washington State Patrol Crime Lab. The bodies of Decker's 3 girls, Peyton 9, Evelyn 8, and Olivia 5, were discovered with plastic bags over their heads and zip ties around their wrists near Decker's truck on June 2nd, 3 days after he took them for a planned visitation from their home in Wenatchee. Preliminary investigations indicate the sisters likely died from asphyxiation. Their mother, Whitney, told detectives that Decker, who would now be 33, was quieter than usual, which was out of character, when he picked them up, according to an affidavit seen by a news station. The couple divorced a few years ago, but at the time, Decker was not homeless, and the separation was civil, according to the affidavit. But after a deterioration in his mental health and stability in the past 2 years, Decker's access to his kids was cut to alternate weekends after a custody hearing several months ago. Whitney Decker's lawyer, Ariana Kozart, told the Post. And there's the 3 girls that he killed. You got your application put in on OnlyFans? That's good. Good to know. Good to know. Hey, the Astro from space. Good to see you. Oh, you're good, baby. Friend, sister, palliative care, and theater. Oh, I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I'm so sorry. You can email me if you need to, but I'm going to keep you in my prayers. It's good to see you. Thank you for being here, love. Brenda said, most mentally unstable people don't think they have a problem, just like my son doing substances. I know, sweetheart. And I wish there was something I could say to make it better. The only thing I know from experience and for a fact is that he won't stop until he's ready to, unfortunately. But we can pray for him, and you can try to support him in every way possible. Southern said, was talking to my daughter. She lives in that area. She said the woods there at night, you wouldn't see anyone standing beside you. So that gives us an idea of how isolated it is. Yeah. He's going to get his sexy on. I ain't going on OnlyFans. He can, but I'm not. I'm so sorry, Tanya and the D. I'm going to keep y'all in my prayers. So it sounds like the woods are very dense. I wish those babies didn't have to die. It continues, quote, he's a broken man, like anyone who would commit such a heinous act is, you know. I don't know a better way to put it, she said, claiming that Decker had received little help after he left active duty within the U.S. Army Rangers and had sought out emergency services for veterans. And that part breaks my heart. He should have been able to get his emergency services, and maybe they would still be here. What Whitney believes is that the girls would still be alive if our veteran system had the resources, the mental health resources available to our veterans was adequately funded. There is not one instance that shows that Travis did not love those girls and was not a loving, active father. That's the biggest thing in this case. And I know Whitney now has closure, but she said from the beginning that she believed it to be a mental health thing and not necessarily a hate or a hostile type of thing. You know what I mean? I'm so sorry, Brenda. We got to get funding. And I know that her GoFundMe, I donated $20 to, and I think she had it raised like the most money. It's up there in one of the ones that's raised the most money ever. And it had like over $1 million. And I think she was going to use some of that to try to help with veterans being able to get the mental health that they need. Decker had apparently searched online how to relocate to Canada and jobs in Canada at least a week before he vanished, with his daughter's new court papers revealed. He visited the Canadian government's Find a Job webpage on May 26. The girls' remains were discovered only 11 miles away from the Pacific Crest Trail, which leads directly to Canada. Deputy U.S. Marshal Keegan Stanley wrote in an affidavit, adding, there's reason to believe Decker was fleeing to avoid prosecution. Decker was thought to be hiding out in the wilderness in Washington. Using outdoor survival skills he learned in the military, police told a news conference Wednesday. Remote areas throughout the state have since been temporarily closed as multiple agencies continue their manhunt, according to authorities who issued a $20,000 reward for information leading to the alleged homicider's arrest. Decker previously attended mountain survival school and often lived out in the wild for months at a time, his father told detectives. It sounds like at times he would go out and would be living off grid, sometimes up to 2.5 months. So we understand that that's a possibility, that he could have scoped out the area before, put supplies out there, and has the ability and the knowledge to survive for a long period of time, unquote, Morrison told reporters. Whitney Decker is now calling for a change to Washington's Amber Alert system, which she believes could have played a crucial role in finding her daughters alive. I love that picture of them. That was my favorite picture of them that they put out, you know. I can never understand how you could hurt a child. It's so sad. It really is. I don't understand it either. And it's a mental health thing, but I mean, what he did, it sounded like something, you know, we hear about war crimes and putting grocery bags and zip ties on the hand. It sounds like he thought he was in Afghanistan or something. I don't know, man. I think it could have been avoided. I think if he'd have been able to get the mental help that he needed and the change to the Amber Alert system, which we've talked about in several cases, I think it all could have helped. Did you hear about cadaver dogs being brought in by police in the Jack and Lily case? I did not hear about that, but I will look it up as long as I don't forget. They do look Amish in that photo, and I love it. Excuse me. Oh, I read that. Quote, "It is important to Whitney to get that fixed," said Cozart, who represented Decker during her 3-year custody case with her ex-husband. Whitney Decker believes the decision by Washington State Patrol not to issue an Amber Alert in the critical hours after she first reported her children missing made all the difference, Cozart said. Honestly, I think they might have been deceased by that time. I think that it might have happened relatively quickly after he picked them up, unfortunately. But we will never know because the Amber Alert wasn't issued. All right, so as one manhunt comes to an end, another one begins. Found information this morning. I've got so many tabs pulled up to talk to y'all about. Hold on. Here we go. So there is a manhunt on for a guy out of New York who allegedly stabbed his girlfriend to death at their New York home. Quote, "There's evidence that puts him at the scene at the time," Coe's mayor Bill Keeler said of the suspect, Anthony Bechand. And that's what he looks like. This is our man that we're now looking for. Lolo said the whole situation is horrible, but the way he treated his own daughters before taking their lives is just horrific. And I've heard about some stuff. It sounded like there was, extensive history of mental health. Yes, and Daniel's been crying. I hope it's anxiety. Really? We're going to look that up. Please remember to hit the thumbs up. Yes, that helps out so very much. Hey, Miss Scorpio. Thank you for the prayers and positive vibes. My phone's about to die. I hope to catch up with y'all soon. Well, thank you, Miss Scorpio. Yes, and I will keep you in our prayers and thoughts and all of that. I hope you have a good day, love, if I don't see you again before your phone dies. Okay, this reads, need to know. On Sunday, September 14th, Amanda Rodriguez was found deceased in the New York home she shared with boyfriend Anthony Bechand. Bechand has not been located by the police since her body was discovered. His truck was found abandoned 150 miles north of their home in Brighton, New York. Rodriguez, 41, died due to multiple stab wounds per her autopsy, according to multiple reports. Authorities are searching for a man suspected of the homicide of his girlfriend at their New York home. Anthony Bechand, 53, has not been located by police since his girlfriend, Amanda Rodriguez, was found deceased at their Cohost, New York home on Sunday, September 14th. That same day, Bechand's truck was found abandoned 150 miles north in the Ardenox on County Route 60 at the intersection of County Road 86 in Brighton, New York. Rodriguez, 41, died due to multiple stab wounds per her autopsy, reported multiple outlets, including North Country Public Radio. There's evidence that puts him at the scene at the time, the mayor, Bill Keeler, told reporters per CBS News. Wow, she was so pretty. Like, way prettier than to be with that guy. She was way too pretty for him. It is horrific, isn't it? Yeah. But, you know, a lot of times people think if there's abuse or anything like that, you know, it'll get better. He didn't mean to. The love bombing and all of the things. It's hard to leave sometimes. It really is. It was hard for me to leave. When I was 13, I got with somebody. Well, no, he groomed me from 13. We actually got together when I was 18, but he got me addicted to substances, so I could never leave because I was addicted. And so I would always come to him because I needed, you know, that substance, and I wasn't getting clean at the time. And he kind of was known in the county. So like if I tried to go anywhere else to get anything, he would know about it and block it. So I would have to go see him. Bad situation. Hannah, it's never ending cruelty. It really is. 3 months, not much identification, I think. Oh, you're talking about Travis Decker? Yeah. Yeah, I don't, if they're that badly decomposed, yeah. And they said, Bechand. They said that clothing around the scene was relevant to basically what he was last seen wearing. So I'm thinking his body had been, you know, maybe torn apart or clothing or whatever by scavengers. So I'm sure it wasn't a pretty scene. After Rodriguez's body was discovered, the Cohost Police Department enlisted the help of the New York State Police to locate Bechand. Cohost Police Chief Todd Walden told ABC News that he, quote, may be armed and dangerous, unquote. As of early Friday, September 18th, Bechand was still not located by law enforcement agencies, which have officers on the ground as well as help from helicopters, drones, and K-9 units. Okay. Here's a video for us.
This is when it comes to my.
They were violently stabbed.
Let me make it big. I think. Oh, no, that's a different case. That's from Seattle. Quote, we are leaving no stone unturned, Walden said per North Country Public Radio. He added that the search began at the location where Bechand's truck was found in Brighton, New York. And in the days since, its radius has expanded outward because Bechand could be further and further away, Walden added. Quote, I don't like the idea of this person being on the loose, whether he's up in that area or whether he's somewhere else. He's somebody we believe committed a horrible crime and a dangerous person that we do not want out there in the public, unquote. We would also like to give the victim's family some peace of mind and whatever closure they can take from the fact that he's no longer out there, Walden continued. Rodriguez's friend, Letha Cruz, told CB News that the couple had previously experienced troubles in their relationship. Lord have mercy. I knew it could get physical, and they did fight. And I knew they were toxic for each other, she told the outlet, but I never expected this in a million years. She's always for the underdog. She was always just full of light, Cruz added to CBS News. She was generous, kind, tough, very tough, especially when it came to protecting anybody that she thought couldn't defend for themselves. Anyone who may have seen Bechand or has information on his whereabouts is asked to contact New York State Police at 518-897-2000. Representatives for the Cohost Police Department and the New York State Police did not immediately respond. If you are experiencing domestic violence, call the National Domestic Violence Hotline at 1-800-799-7233 or go to thehotline.org. All calls are toll-free and confidential. The hotline is available 24/7 in more than 170 languages. I'm going to check and see if there's an update on this real quick, but I don't think there is. Oh. Why am I not typing? Hold on a minute. Now I am. Okay. Hold on just a minute. Eight hours ago, the manhunt was still ongoing. Yeah, 2 days ago. That's his vehicle that they found. Hey, Laura, good to see you. Rhonda said, I bet they'll find him in Massachusetts or Pennsylvania. I'm wondering if he set it up towards the border. He is dangerous, whether he's armed or not. Exactly, yes. Amen to that. Thank you. Friend's sister passed sooner than expected in funeral last week. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I'm so sorry. Okay. Excuse me. All right, we've got a couple of things. I'm going to do the last thing from my thumbnail in a few minutes. Oh, no, we got a couple of things. Okay. I got two things. Oh, I did have another article on this, so we'll go to that before we leave this. No, I think it might be the same one. Hold on, let me pull it up. I think it might be the same one, but we got a couple of like off the wall type things to talk about before we go to the other thing. Yeah, this is the same one that we were just reading. So that's all I have on him right now, but I did want to share that with you guys so you guys could be on the lookout for him, especially if you're in that area. I'll leave that up. Okay. I do have two interesting things to say, to update you guys on about Charlie Decker. So we're going to touch on them briefly, and I don't want to get political. Not Decker, Charlie Kirk. I don't know if I said Decker, but if I did, I meant Charlie Kirk. I don't want to get political, but I did see these two things to share with you guys. There's so much coming out about that case in particular. And I don't want to, I want to be careful. Like, I haven't even been bringing updates on that case to you guys because there's just so very much to talk about. But I did find two things I wanted to share with you guys. So, I don't know if you guys know who Candace Owens is. I used to watch Candace Owens, and I used to watch Louder with Crowder, and like especially 2016. And both of them said and did some things that I felt like I could no longer, get behind. So I stopped watching them. But I know who they are. And like I said, I used to watch them. So I found it interesting. This one in particular, it says, Charlie Kirk's pastor rebukes Candace Owens after spreading conspiracies about homicides. Now, I've never had an issue with him. I think he's very smart. Tucker Carlson. But I don't watch him very much more. now either, but I've always thought he was pretty smart and a good person. But we're going to see what he had to say real quick.
You hope that. You hope that Charlie Kirk's death won't be used by a group we now call bad actors to create a society that was the opposite of the one he worked to build. You hope that.
Hey, Jenny.
You hope that a year from now, the turmoil we're seeing in the aftermath of his murder won't be leveraged to bring hate speech laws to this country. And trust me, if it is, if that does happen, there is never a more justified moment for civil disobedience than that, ever. And
I agree with that statement. Let's back it up and talk about that for a second.
A year from now, the turmoil we're seeing in the aftermath of his murder won't be leveraged to bring hate speech laws to this country.
So basically saying that there's a lot of allegations that, you know, on Discord, this person was radicalized. Okay. They were told, you know, oh, this person is evil, all of the things. Okay. Basically hate speech against Charlie Kirk. That is something that comes because we have freedom of speech. And like he's saying, we need to hope and pray that they're not going to say, oh, well, we can't have hate speech anymore. We can't have freedom of speech. We can't have the freedom to say anything that we want to say and voice our thoughts and opinions and speculations, because look what happened to Charlie Kirk. We can't do that. The actions of Tyler Robinson were his alone. I could come out here and tell you for, 364 days a year, 500, 24/7, I could come out here and say that the sun is actually blue and the grass is actually pink and, the sky is purple all the time, no matter what. And it would be up to you guys to believe it. Tyler Robinson was in some groups where they said some things, but at the end of the day, it was his decision to do what he did. We do need to hope that they don't use this and try to say, oh, we've got to stop people from being able to say that, because that's part of our freedom of speech. That's our First Amendment right. The actions of a person that was not mentally stable, in my opinion, cannot dictate our constitutional rights. And we can't let people make laws about things like that.
And trust me, if it is, if that does happen, there is never a more justified moment for civil disobedience than that, ever.
And he's saying if that does happen, then we should protest. He says civil disobedience. I'm going to go with protest and let our voices be heard on that specifically, and how there should not be a law that bans us from being able to say freedom of speech. Even at that, there is a law that says you can't go into a theater and yell fire. You know what I mean? Like, you can't do that, which is, a good thing. Like, you shouldn't be able to do that. But other than things that are going to directly hurt people specifically, well, I mean, I guess you could say shooting him would hurt him specifically. I don't know. I think that it's the decisions of the person who said that. Imagine how many other people were in that Discord group or whatever groups, wherever he was at, 4chan, X, all the places where there's freedom of speech and where people say some crazy, hateful things, and he's the only one who did something. You know what I mean? Cracker said Tyler didn't operate free speech, so he shouldn't be used as an example. I agree. Aaron Docs. Thank you for that, Brenda. Harlot Oscara, good to see you. They're already saying we can't have freedom of speech anymore, but it's because they're so upset that everybody is being sympathetic, not scared that people will get shot for their speech. They can't take that away. A lot of protests going on today. I believe it. It's already happening. People got fired all over the country because they said negative things about what's his name. That's true. And we talked about that. I don't agree with cheering somebody's death at all. Okay. But I also don't think you should be fired for that. The one teacher who showed it in her classroom and talked about fascism absolutely should be fired. You can't be showing things like that to children. But we also can't have you can't have one thing on the other hand, but not equally across the board. You can't fire people for saying stuff like that. You could penalize them maybe, but that's their freedom of speech at the end of the day. Do I agree with it? Abso-fucking-lutely not. I think it was utterly disgusting, the things people said about a man who died, who just got killed. But at the same time, you can't fire them for that, in my opinion. You shouldn't. And they did. They absolutely did. No matter your belief or what you follow, homicide is not the answer. And that's the one thing we should take away from this, right?
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
Yes.
Never will be. Because if they can tell you what to say, they're telling you what to think. There is nothing they can't do to you because they don't consider you human. They don't believe you have a soul. A human being with a soul, a free man, has a right to say what he believes, not to hurt other people, but to express his views.
All right. So it reads, Charlie Kirk's pastor rebuked MAGA podcaster Candace Owens for spreading conspiracy theories in the wake of the conservative activist killing. Ever since the 31-year-old conservative activist was fatally shot during a speaking engagement at Utah Valley University last week, Owens has been peddling a slew of rumors and conspiracy theories about his death. Speaking out against Owens' actions, Rob McCoy, who co-chairs the faith division of Kirk's Turning Point USA, said that Kirk, quote, was a friend to Candace and never spoke poorly of her, though he disagreed with her, unquote. Quote, he never operated nor entertained gossip or innuendo concerning Candace, he continued. He urged Owens on Tuesday to behave like Kirk, who he claims would not have spread similar theories if, God forbid, this tragedy had been hers. I only wish at this tragic time of mourning she would be the friend to Charlie that he was to her. He would never have treated Candace or his family in such a way had, God forbid, this tragedy been hers, McCoy wrote. Meanwhile, Owens, who once served as the communications director for Turning Point USA, spread rumors that Kirk may have been targeted because of his views on the war in Gaza. Quote, be very wary and suspicious of the people who are already telling us to stop asking questions about the Charlie Kirk assassination, Owens wrote on X soon after authorities named 22-year-old Tyler Robinson as the suspected homicider. On Monday, Owens claimed on her podcast that billionaire hedge fund manager Bill Ackman, a vocal supporter of Israel, threatened Kirk during an intervention about his views in the Hamptons last month. Quote, Bill Ackman was very upset and threats were made. That is what I am told. I will tell you that I'm very happy for Bill Ackman to dispute this narrative, Owens said on her show. Both Ackman and Andrew Colvett, the executive producer of the Charlie Kirk Show, have come out in full denial of her accusations. In a lengthy X post, Ackman described the Hamptons meeting Owens had referenced, writing, quote, at no time have I ever threatened Charlie Kirk, Turning Point, or anyone associated with him. I have never offered Charlie or Turning Point any money in any attempt to influence Charlie's opinion on anything. In fact, my interactions with Charlie Kirk have been extremely cordial, albeit limited, regretfully so, as I was very impressed by him and his work, and I will sadly never see him again, Ackman wrote. Meanwhile, Colvett wrote in his own post that he had spoken with Turning Point staffers who traveled with Kirk to meet Ackman last month. Quote, Bill never yelled at Charlie, never pressed him on BB, never gave him a list of Charlie's offenses against Israel, Colvett wrote. Charlie personally told me he had a very cordial relationship with Bill and that the event was productive, he added, while other conservative voices stopped short of backing Owens' baseless accusations. Several, including Megyn Kelly, agreed that Kirk felt frustrated or even pressured over his Israel criticism. Former Fox News host Tucker Carlson on Tuesday criticized a statement made by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Kirk's homicide, accusing him of trying to, quote, hijack Charlie's memory, unquote, when Kirk was appalled by what was happening in Gaza. Quote, I was shocked and sickened by the reaction of the ghoulish and really repulsive reaction of the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, to Charlie's death, the host of the Tucker Carlson show said. basically made it all about him and all about his country, immediately trying to take the energy, the sadness, the grief that people felt over Charlie's homicide and redirect it towards support for whatever project he's involved in. We're supposed to be able to say whatever we want, no matter how disgusting it is. Only thing that's not protected is supposed to be threats or yelling fire in a crowded theater. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, we're supposed to have freedom of speech. He can speak his mind for fascism, misogynistic, and hateful rhetoric. So freedom of speech is only if you don't hurt someone's little feelings. It seems that way, doesn't it, Brenda? I love this community. Since 4 a.m., I felt I could not breathe. Thank you. Aw. I wish I could give you a hug, sweetheart. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. It's hypocritical. He never spoke of any hate. He held on to Christian values. He did hold on to Christian values, I believe. Thank you for sending strength. Harlot said Charlie Kirk was a free speech warrior. It's kind of disrespectful and ironic and hypocritical to take it away over him, in my opinion. I agree with that completely. We can't say that we need to ban hate speech, even if it is hate speech, because of him. Yeah, because he would not agree with that. He continued, I don't think I've ever seen anything lower than his attempt to hijack Charlie's memory and use it for his own political ends, particularly because what he said was completely untrue. He was appalled by what was happening in Gaza. He was, above all, resentful that he believed Netanyahu was using the United States to prosecute, I think I said it right, his wars for the benefit of his country, and that it was shameful and embarrassing and bad for the United States, and he resented it, unquote, Carlson said. Owens, who has a history of anti-Semitic commentary, has gotten herself into even more hot water recently for spreading unfounded rumors. The MAGA podcaster is being sued for defamation after continuing to spread false claims that the French First Lady, Brigitte Macron, was born a man and transitioned secretly decades ago. I think that's when I stopped watching her, is when that was going on. I was like, let's not. Meanwhile, Ackman on Tuesday wrote on X that Owen slandered him. It was not immediately clear whether he planned to take any legal action against her. The Independent is the world's most free. Okay. I don't think that, oh, that's just the end of it. Okay. So I don't know. I found that kind of interesting. And then we had this one about the shooter specifically, Tyler Robinson. Exactly. People formed opinions on what he said from clips alone that were not in context to what he said. Did I agree with everything he said? No, but he shouldn't have been killed. Exactly. And that's the way we have to look at it. Yeah, she started saying that the French First Lady was born a man and transitioned years ago. And she put out evidence and birth certificates and things. Look, regardless, okay? Why is it that important? Like, why does it matter? Even I mean, if they are suing for it, I'm assuming that she wasn't. But even if she had, why does it matter? Why do you care? Why do we need to tell everybody that? I just don't understand. Jenny Jen said, sending you and your son all the love and best possible wishes, Brenda. Thank you for that. She is more inflammatory. I agree with that. Thank you. I'm not a crier, but today I can't stop. Raising 3 boys alone, I was tough. I have an open heart and they tell me everything. They are kind and loving and caring people. I wish I could give you a hug, sweetheart. I'm so very sorry. I'm so very sorry. Yo, I'm going to top off my coffee real quick. Harlot said, I'm sorry, but he said some disgusting things. I respect his right to, but it's just ignoring reality to pretend he didn't say the things he did. And, you know, I don't disagree with you in that. I think a lot of people have said a lot of disgusting things, but it's all right. You know what I mean? I don't think he should have died for that. And I don't think they should take away our freedom of speech for that, you know? I'll be right back. I'm just topping my coffee off. Well, dang it. I spilled it. Lordy, lordy. Dang it. That's like the second time I spilled coffee on my keyboard today. Probably while it was being difficult. Hold on. Brand new keyboard that I freaking love. It's expensive. I changed all the keys on it so it looks all cute. Good gracious. Okay. My heart breaks for you. My daughter was my best friend, and I raised her and many others on my own mostly. That's so commendable, Tanya, and I'm sorry. Right, he should not have died over it at all. Oh, I'm glad that you had that, Tanya. Yeah, I didn't mean to spill the coffee. You need to be here to give me my coffee so I won't spill it. Me too. Hey, Kim. Okay. So I found this and I thought it was interesting. It says, was Tyler Robinson at Dairy Queen after Charlie Kirk shooting? What we know. Tyler Robinson appears to have been spotted at Dairy Queen in Orem, Utah after the homicide of Charlie Kirk. The conservative influencer Candace Owens released an image purporting to show the alleged homicider at the outlet during an episode of her podcast. Imagine that. We were just talking about her, and now we've got a picture that shows him at the damn Dairy Queen. Newsweek has contacted the Orem Police Department and Dairy Queen for comment and confirmation. Why it matters. Kirk was fatally shot in the neck on September 10th at the Utah Valley University campus while debating with students. That does look like him, but I want to be very careful because AI does a lot of things. Oh, Kimmy C, thank you for the $5 and the new keyboard fund. I greatly appreciate that. You're so very sweet. Thank you so much. Hey, Abellas. Good to see you, love. Thank you so much, Kim. That was so very sweet of you, Kimmy C 123. I greatly appreciate that. That helps out so very much. Thank you, sweetheart, so much. Abellas, it's good to see you. The worst is I was an addiction therapist for 11 years, inpatient, and state closed it. My boys, at least one time, all had a drug problem. They are 47, 41, and 38. Oh, Brenda, I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I am so sorry. Harlot said if Kirk had devoted his entire life to convincing the country that they shouldn't be allowed to exist, I wonder if people would still say he was not hateful just because he smiled in their faces. You mean, who do you mean by they? I said they didn't say the pic was AI. It said that the Orem Police Department and Dairy Queen have been contacted for comment. I'm not sure if they commented or not. I said it could be AI because remember they talk about when he was arrested, he was wearing clothing that I believe was the same as when he committed the homicide. And here he appears to be in a different shirt, which I think he did say in the Discord messages to his girlfriend that he changed clothes. So maybe he did. I don't know. Tanya in the D. Thank you for the super sticker. Tanya in the D. Tanya in the D. Thank you so very much for that. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. Oh, it says you're number one. No, you are. You guys are number one, not me. You. Gosh. Y'all got me blushing. Thank you so much. That helps out so much with FOIA requests and things like that. I greatly appreciate it. Y'all are so very sweet. My temples are hurting. Like I got a headache. You know how your temples will hurt? I'm taking some Tylenol. Real quick. I don't know why my temples are hurting. Thank you, Tanya in the D. I appreciate that so much. Yes, Travis was in the beginning. If you want to catch up. By they, I meant people who say Kirk was not hateful or didn't say anything bad. Well, I don't know. I mean, I think that it depends on your point of view and your stance on things, whether what he said was hateful or anything like that. I can see it both ways. I think regardless of if we think some of the things he said was hateful or not, again, it shouldn't end in homicide. You know what I mean? Harlot, I hope you understand what I'm saying, kind of. Okay, the article says Robinson, 22, has been charged with aggravated homicide and other offenses, including felony firearm discharge, obstruction of justice, and witness tampering. Excuse me. Prosecutors have indicated that they will seek the death penalty. Owens shared on her podcast in a reel on Instagram that she had an exclusive image of Tyler Robinson. The photograph, which had not been previously released, appears to show Robinson at the Dairy Queen. Owens said the image was taken at 6:38 p.m. after the homicide. The picture appears to show Robinson wearing a maroon t-shirt with a cap, his head turned, as you can see here. That is the alleged photo. And that does look like him. If he put the sunglasses down, it does look like the hat and him on that day. Hey, Holly. I have a sinus infection, so I feel for you. Headaches in the temple are just annoying if they hang out. Hope the Tylenol helps. I hope you feel better too, Holly. I hate sinus infections. Kelly, thank you so much for the super sticker. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. Thank you. It says, good job. Look at the little fox. It looks like he's wearing a robe or a komodo. That is so cute. Thank you so much, Kelly. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That helps out so very much. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. That was so very sweet of you. Oh, I know, sweetheart. I know. I'm just, talking with you guys about the situation. Mimi said, I'm confused about the text between him and a girlfriend. They don't look like a text a kid would do. What you think about the groups they were in and how they were radicalized? You know what I mean? I think it was a girlfriend. I think they were transitioning and was a girlfriend. I want to be respectful. I'll just say them. The person, the roommate would be better. The roommate. I think they were a girl. Yesterday was much worse, but it's getting better. You could try a neti pot. That would probably help clean out them sinuses like that. You won't be able to convince Kirk fans he wasn't perfect. I don't think anybody's perfect, Joe. I think everybody's got issues, and I could see it from all points of view. Okay, Julie. Love you too, baby. All right. Owen, okay, we read that. Owen said the nearby Dairy Queen was around 15 minutes away from the campus. The image has not been verified by law enforcement or any official entity. That is important because I'm not talking shit about her specifically. I'm just saying anything out here on these internet streets could be AI generated. So I just want to put that out there. I don't know. I wasn't there. I did not see. I do not know. So it's up in the air for me. The reel shared to Instagram has been viewed more than 1 million times as of reporting. A post about the image has been viewed more than 5 million times on X. Authorities said that Robinson had arrived on campus in a Dodge Challenger around 8:30 a.m. on September 10th. Kirk was shot and killed at 12:23 p.m. on September 10th. If the image is legitimate, this would mean that Robinson was at the Dairy Queen more than 6 hours after the homicide. The Dairy Queen, quote, spotting, unquote, bears similarities with the arrest of Luigi Mangone, who is accused of killing United Healthcare CEO's Brian Thompson. Mangone was arrested in Pennsylvania McDonald's following the search for Thompson's killer. They did have his court appearance, and I haven't went over it with you guys because I haven't touched on it. It's only about 2 minutes and 30 seconds, so I will pull that up so we can watch it real quick since we haven't gone over it. So this was his first hearing.
Could you state your name?
Tyler James Robinson.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Robinson. I'm Judge Graff.
Yeah, I agree. Right? Yep, Lolo. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, hold on. I will read it to you. Lola said neti pots are amazing. I always feel better after I use mine, and that's whether or not I have a sinus infection. They can help anytime. He is creepy as fuck. I saw them before this happened. I have watched his debates. I saw them before this happened. Yeah. And I'll say that I can see it from both sides. Those debates, when you're in a situation like that, debating somebody, you're going to get more feelings of hostility and aggression a little bit. So I try to keep that in mind when I watch the debates, because people get heated. Okay, so this is from the Utah County Jail. I'm going to read to you guys what it says. I wanted to make sure there was no comment up. Mangone equals Mangoni. Mangione. Thank you for that, Abellis. Anita said, even though Charlie was a man of faith, he actually sat down with a former adult movie producer who is transgendered, and they had a friendly debate and chat. Charlie wanted to learn from all communities. I agree. And I think that's what we should all strive to do. We should strive to learn from everybody and to be better humans, because you can make all the difference in the world to anybody just by saying hi and trying to learn from them, There's a difference between freedom of speech and hate speech. I agree with that, but you can't have one without the other. You know what I mean? They are strange characters, Lorianne. Arguing about the existence of an entire group of the population is just wrong. I can see that, and I get it. And I don't agree with hate speech in particular, but it's part of freedom of speech. Everything like that is going to it's going to be a double-edged sword. You know what I mean? It's not about hostility. He's usually smiling when he says the people he doesn't like shouldn't be allowed to exist or live. I haven't heard him say that specifically, but I don't think that we should say a group of people should not be allowed to exist or live.
Could you state your name?
Tyler James Robinson.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Robinson.
It says Tyler Robinson made his first court appearance to face homicide charges for the homicide of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Hold on. Okay, says the same thing. Hours earlier, Utah prosecutors unveiled 7 charges against Robinson, saying they will seek the death penalty.
I am filing a notice of intent to seek the death penalty. I do not take this decision lightly, and it is a decision I have made independently as county attorney, based solely on the available evidence and circumstances and nature of.
We think investors can still take risk in some lower quality assets, but
the crime. On the evening of September 11th, 2025, as law enforcement continued their investigation, Tyler James Robinson went to the Washington County Sheriff's Office with his parents and a family friend to turn himself in. Robinson's mother stated that the following to police. On September 11th, 2025, the day after the shooting, Robinson's mother saw the photo of the shooter in the news and thought the shooter looked like her son. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched a rifle that was given to his son as a gift.
Oh, man. And didn't have the rifle that he used. It was given to probably by his dad as a gift. Oh, man. I feel bad for them. Brenda said, the doctor just called me and my son might die. Next 24 hours are detrimental. Kidneys and heart are failing. Lord, have mercy. And Lord Jesus, please lay your hands on Brenda's baby and help him heal. Oh, my God, sweetheart. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Do you have the ability to go to where he's at? So if something does happen, you're there. You know what I mean? Can you get down there? Bella said, from what I saw, Kirk interrupted those he debated constantly. When you want to learn, shh and listen, in my opinion. I did notice that when I was watching a few of the debates, he did seem to interrupt people, and that gets on my nerves. I cannot stand it. So I didn't watch very long. My grandmother recently just told me, probably about 2 weeks ago, God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth because you're supposed to listen twice as hard as you speak, twice as much before you speak. You listen more than you open your mouth. If a person's basis for all his or her political theorizing is the Bible, he or she will be harshly criticizing many groups as evil. I agree with that. He just answered questions with questions. Do you think free speech can promote intolerance of differences? I do. But we have to be adult enough to recognize the difference and say, I'm not going to be part of that hate speech or that rhetoric. The hate speech is interpreted differently by different people. Just because you see it as hate doesn't mean someone else does. And that's part of free speech, in my opinion. Exactly, Hannah. I agree 100%. Not what promotes intolerance of differences is silencing one side. I agree. I would have destroyed Kirk in a debate because I'm not a dopey 19-year-old. I bet you would, Joe. I never saw him wait for someone to finish speaking before starting his reply. You're right about that, and that got on my nerves. I couldn't do it. Thank you guys for your prayers for Brenda. Brenda, let us know what's going on. Let me know. I think you should probably try to get down there if you can, wherever he's at. Kirk was a rich kid who got platformed because of his dad's money and connections. I didn't know that. Anita said, Brenda, I'm sending light prayers and strength in your moment of need. Lord, give her son everything you have for him to make it through this moment in his life, if it be in your power. Amen. 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 Yeah, I can't stand the interrupting. Thank you, Mimi, for the prayers for Brenda. Violence breeds violence. It's never the answer. Words are more powerful. He's very intelligent. Money doesn't buy that. That's true. He was a very intelligent person. And that's one thing that struck me about him. He was very intelligent. Very intelligent.
As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied that he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home. As they discussed the situation, Robinson implied that he was the shooter and stated that he couldn't go to jail and just wanted to end it. When asked why he did it, Robinson explained there is too much evil and the guy, referring to Charlie Kirk, spreads too much hate. They talked about Robinson turning himself in and convinced Robinson to speak with a family friend who is a retired deputy sheriff.
Okay. I was typing on my phone because it wouldn't let me type from my studio. Joe, you asked if Lori was talking about Kirk, and I was going to answer that and say, yeah, I think she was, because he was well-spoken. He was very eloquent with his words. He seemed intelligent to me. He founded a corporation, Turning Point USA, at the age of 18, and that has gone on to make money. So I do think he was intelligent. Snarky said, to me, this has nothing to do with Charlie. It's the times we live in. Unfortunately, some very unstable young white men in our country choose bullets over words. I think everybody does. I think there's problems all across the board, no matter your race. But yeah, it's a problem. We used to fight with this. Now they're fighting with bullets. Nobody values human life like we used to. It is a big problem, and I agree. He continues, the article continues, Owens has been posting consistently about Kirk's death and the homicide, the shooting. The two had been friends, and Owens had previously worked at Turning Point USA. Owens has been criticized for some of what she was posting following Kirk's death, which has been described by some as rumors and conspiracy theories. Joe Barry, who is the managing editor of the Babylon Bee, shared a message from Charlie Kirk's pastor, Rob McCoy, on X on September 16th. It read in part, quote, he, Kirk, would have never treated Candace or her family in such a way had God forbid this tragedy been hers, unquote. Eric Bowling, the former Fox News and Newsmax host, also spoke out about Owens in relation to Kirk this week. While speaking on Patrick Bet-David's PBD podcast, He said that Kirk and Owens had previously been tight. They had a, quote, breakup, unquote, due to Owens' theories becoming, quote, a little bit too down the rabbit holes, unquote, something to which Bowling said was too extreme for Turning Point USA. Charlie Kirk's pastor, Rob McCoy, in a message shared on X by Joel Berry. Charlie Kirk was my friend, and I was his pastor. I want to simply say this regarding Candace Owens. Charlie Kirk was a friend to Candace and never publicly spoke poorly of her, though he disagreed with her. He never operated nor entertained gossip or innuendo concerning Candace. My only comment I offer regarding Candace is this. I only wish at this tragic time of mourning she would be the friend of Charlie that he was to her. He would have never treated Candace or her family in such a way had God forbid this tragedy been hers. Robinson has not yet entered a plea and is being held without bond. His next court appearance is scheduled for September 29th. A memorial service for Kirk will take place on Sunday, September 21st in Arizona. President Donald Trump is expected to attend along with other top Republicans. I don't know if you should have put that there. I hope everything goes good at the memorial service and nothing else devastating happens. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm awake. Oh, I get it. I know, sweetheart. I didn't want you to think that. I apologize if I made you feel that way. No, because I don't hate the Bible. Harlot said, oh my God, Brenda, I'm so sorry. I'm kind of doing two things at once and just saw your comment and it made me realize what you're talking about, and she's sending hugs. Hey, it is what it is. Good to see you. YouTube has got to do better with notifications. The show is almost over. Now, I got quite a few things to talk about still. Every life is precious, even if we disagree. Scroll by. I agree. It is an accurate statement. They really need to teach children about regulating emotions and mental health. I agree. Hey, Parabola. Good to see you. All right, we're going to transition. And I hope this isn't too controversial either. But we need to talk about an African-American young man that was found hanging from a tree at his college campus, which I found concerning. So we're going to jump over to this article. I do have some videos on this one on YouTube that go over as well. But I saw this and I was like, what the Sam hell is going on? Okay. Yeah, like what? I thought Trump was having a sleepover at the palace in his Paddington Bear pajamas. Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I would have a sleepover at the castle in my Paddington Bear pajamas. You best believe. Yeah, no one's really talking about this. Yeah, like I was appalled when I saw it. I was like, what the hell? So the article is from 2 days ago. It says a black student was found hanging from a tree. Police say there's no sign of foul play. Jackson, Mississippi. Police on Tuesday were investigating the death of a black college student found hanging from a tree on the campus of the Delta State University in Mississippi, stirring online rumors that evoked the state's history of Jim Crow-era racist violence, even as authorities said there was no initial evidence of a crime. The campus police chief said there are no signs of foul play in the death of the 21-year-old student whose body was discovered by a staff member early Monday near the campus pickleball courts. Delta State Police Chief Michael Peeler said there was also no evidence of an ongoing threat to students and faculty. He told reporters Monday the death investigation was being assisted by the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation, as well as local police and sheriff deputies. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump announced Tuesday that he has been retained by the student's family and will undertake an independent investigation into the death. Quote, we cannot accept vague conclusions when so many questions remain. I'm going to pause. Okay. Quote, we cannot accept vague conclusions when so many questions remain, Crump said in a statement. I stand with this family and I will lead a team of civil rights leaders and organizations in pursuing transparency and answers. Meanwhile, U.S. Representative Benny Thompson, a Mississippi Democrat, called for the FBI to investigate. Hold on just a minute. We got a little video here.
On the death of an 18-year-old.
This says an 18. They said an 18-year-old, but it says he was 21 in the article. All right, I'm going to run to the restroom while this plays. 2. Bethina said, Brenda, oh, I'm so sorry. You must feel like you're grasping my thoughts and gentle hugs. 2 bodies were found. Really? I hadn't heard that. Very interesting. This just said an 18-year-old, and the article said a 21-year-old. So I've got my headphones in. I'm going to run to the restroom while this plays.
Well, we are continuing coverage as questions continue to surround the death of an 18-year-old found hanging from a tree on a Mississippi college campus. Authorities say that Trey Reed, who was a 21-year-old student, was found dead Monday morning at Delta State University. A preliminary investigation shows that no foul play was involved. Police say that there are videos of the case, and right now investigators have that evidence. But this case, it has sparked outrage across the nation and allegations online, with some comparing this to a lynching.
We recognize that this is not only about facts. It's about emotions and it's about feelings.
Okay.
And the way this loss and how it was discovered affects people's lives.
A lot of history behind those thoughts as well. Right now, Reed's body is being examined by the Mississippi State Medical Examiner's Office. The preliminary autopsy results will be available sometime this week. And we do know that National Civil Rights Attorney Ben Crump is representing Reed's family. Well, we are continuing coverage as questions continue.
If they say they had video of it and there's no foul play suspected, I'm wondering if it was a self-deletion and he did it himself and they have video of it. Evidently, they do have evidence. Autopsy shows he took his own life. I live in Mississippi. Thank you, Belinda. I'll try to pull that up and see what else. I've got another article on it, but I've got some videos on YouTube as well. So that's what I was thinking. If they say they know there's no foul play, then I'm thinking that he self-deleted, and they have, because they said they had video of it. Here, hold on.
To surround the death of an 18-year-old found hanging.
I don't know
from
why
a
she
tree
says
on a
18 and then
Mississippi college
21
campus.
years.
Authorities say that Trey Reed, who was a 21-year-old student, was found dead Monday morning at Delta State University. A preliminary investigation shows that no foul play.
I look forward to you joining us at our next
So a
investor.
preliminary investigation showed that no foul play was involved.
Police say that there are videos of the case, and right now investigators have that evidence. But
police said that there was videos of the case and that they had that evidence. Continuing with the article, quote, the FBI has the tools and experience necessary to conduct a thorough, unbiased inquiry, and time is of the essence, unquote, Thompson said in a statement. Delta State said it planned a news conference Wednesday with state and local law enforcement agencies. Online rumors that the student was found with broken limbs were disputed by Bolivia County Coroner Randolph Seals Jr. in a statement. Hold on a minute. My headphones dying. In a statement cited by local news outlets, Seals said his office conducted a preliminary examination and concluded the student did not suffer any lacerations, contusions, compound fractures, broken bones, or injuries consistent with an assault. The coroner did not immediately return phone messages Tuesday from the Associated Press. Attempts to reach the student's family weren't immediately successful. A woman identifying herself as a cousin told the Associated Press in an online message that the family wasn't speaking to reporters. 2 others who said they were distant relatives declined to comment when reached by phone. In a video posted Tuesday to the university's Facebook page, Delta State President Dan Ennis said the university was resuming operations while continuing to mourn. He said campus officials are staying in touch with the student's family. Quote, we know that we can never fully heal this wound, Ennis said. We will continue to cooperate with investigators. We continue to make sure that all the information necessary is given to authorities, and we continue to hope for answers. Yeah, most colleges do have cameras everywhere. You don't think so? Hey, Weather Rain, good to see you. Yeah. I'll look at the I'll try to pull up some pictures in just a minute. Classes were canceled Monday at the university, as were events to celebrate the 100th anniversary of its opening as a Delta State Teachers College in September of 1925. Located in the heart of Mississippi Delta near the Arkansas state line, Delta State had a fall 2024 enrollment of more than 2,600 students, 42% of them African American. Numerous social media posts about the case evoked a darker period in U.S. history when killings of Black people, almost exclusively at the hands of white male vigilantes, inflicted racial terror in Mississippi and other parts of the Deep South. The Delta State campus, Cleveland, is located only about 30 miles or 48 kilometers from a site closely associated with the infamous lynching of Emmett Till. A sign at the Tallahatchie River landing near Glendora commemorates the discovery 70 years ago of Till's mutilated body in the water. All right, I've got another article, but I'm going to try to pull up the videos I had on this and see what they can tell us about this. Hold on. Yep. So we have this one from Fox 13 Memphis. I'll play first.
Spoke out late this afternoon.
With breaking news.
We're getting mixed information. We're hearing everything on the media. So we just want the truth. That's all we're looking for. Because he was a young man. I really loved it.
The family of a Delta State University student found hanging from a tree on campus spoke out late this afternoon. Trey Reed's family held a news conference at a Mississippi church today alongside with their attorneys. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I'm Darcy Thomas.
And I'm Daryl Green. Fox 13 Sierra Jordan was there. She explains why they say that they have serious questions about this death.
Demont Trevion's family told me this was his first year at Delta State University, and he was excited to start a new chapter. But now his family says they're getting conflicting information from local authorities, and they want answers about the final moments of his life.
As anyone would, it breaks my heart to hear that he was excited to go to this school, and then this happens. Regardless, something happened. Even if he did it himself, something happened and made him feel like that was the only answer. And that's sad.
And I don't believe Craig would do this to his family, hanging himself. I don't believe that. He wasn't that type of grandson.
Questions more than answers for the family of Demont Trevion Trey Reed after the college freshman was found dead hanging from a tree at the center of campus at Delta State University Monday morning. His family told Fox 13 he dreamed of becoming a truck driver and was excited about the future. But now they're getting different stories from law enforcement about how he died.
The first officer said they found him in his room in a possible suicide. Then after then, we got a phone call and saying that he had hung himself. And I can't understand it.
Late Monday night, the Bolivar County Coroner's Office released a statement saying Reed had no signs of trauma or injuries, and there's no evidence he was physically attacked.
Oh, sorry about that. Hold on, I'll pull it right back up. Kim, good to see you. I was trying to pause it because I would be asking questions too if you originally told me that my child was found in his room deceased, and then I found out that he is hung from a tree. I'm going to have a lot of questions and issues with that. I would be pulling the body cam footage or the recorded phone call, because That should be recorded. I would be pulling the body cam footage if I could, because that with conflicting statements from the get-go, and then rumors stating that he had some kind of broken bones and things like that. Yeah, I'm gonna have a shit ton of questions. I think we were like right here. Hanging so publicly out in the open is suspect to me. I agree. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I remember reading about Emmett's mother leaving the casket open with his poor little broken body. Pictures are heartbreaking. She wanted everyone to see what happened to him. I don't know. I've heard the name Emmett Till, but I don't know much about the case, and that it's real sad. It's real sad. It reminds me, hearing of that, I think it's a movie called A Time to Kill. If I remember correctly, it's about an African American little girl walking home from the store with eggs for her mama, and then these white males pick her up and kill her in a horrific way. And it's a real sad story. Things like this did happen, you know. Wouldn't it be easier to catch fish, you think? Oh, just got back from fly fishing on the Green River through Flaming Gorge in Utah. Awesome. Good to see you, Tom, and thank you for being here.
Possible suicide. Then after then, we got a phone call and saying that he had hung himself. And I can't understand it.
Late Monday night, the Bolivar County Coroner's Office released a statement saying Reed had no signs of trauma or injuries, and there's no evidence he was physically attacked. The coroner's office says his body is being sent to the Mississippi State Crime Lab for an autopsy. But during a press conference held by Reed's family Tuesday, their attorney says they will order an independent autopsy.
Trey's mom was able to view his body from the neck up. They were not allowed to view the body past the neck. And we won't point the finger that someone's trying to control the narrative here, because technology and cameras will answer all the questions.
Reed's mother wasn't.
They absolutely will, and we need to get that out. We need to let that family see the camera footage so that the questions can be answered. People wouldn't allow that now. Nothing that makes people think of racial violence is allowed now. It was heart-wrenching, wasn't it? Mississippi Burning, that's another good movie. Yeah, I was wondering that myself. Why couldn't they see his body? But maybe, I mean, I would think because of, they wouldn't want to traumatize them, but that is weird. Like, there is some weird things. We need to get the camera footage out for the family members, especially if you're saying that he did it to himself. There's no reason that you can't show them the camera footage and put all this to rest. You know what I mean? Was a great movie. Brenda, I see you said no. I don't know if you're behind. I'm going to ask in chat, but I don't know if you're answering my question, if you could get down there to see him.
In attendance, I was too devastated and heartbroken to speak about her beloved son. Jones says just days before his death, Reed came home for Grenada Day and was full of joy and life.
He was here with his family, and he was joyful and loving as ever. And that's what he's been remembered for being a joyful, loving young man. And when he went back to Delta State University, he was this fun-loving person. And our question is, what happened?
There was another news conference scheduled by the university tomorrow morning. Coming up tonight at Fox 13 News at 10, hear more about the circumstances in this case. Here in Grenada, Mississippi, Sierra Jordan, Fox 13 News.
Now, little did Robinson know at this point that by providing so many details.
Okay, and then I have this 11-minute video from WREG News Channel 3.
The president of Delta State University, and to tell them exactly what happened to their child that they entrusted to Delta State University. As we move forward, we're just looking for answers that
a
simple camera on the university's campus will answer. There are a lot of unanswered questions here, and the family just wants some answers from top officials at the university and at the coroner's office. Does anyone have any questions? Yes.
Can't hear what they're asking.
Well, at this point,
I did hear the end of it. What would justice look like in this case?
Justice would look like transparency.
Yeah.
Justice looks like a simple phone call from the president of the university with some personalization that this young man that we entrusted to Delta State University, that you care. Yes.
Joe, I agree with that. He could have been overwhelmed, but like we need to be releasing that camera footage. Them not letting the coroners and state police not letting the family see his body below his neck is disturbing. I mean, I could see how it's normal, like they let him see his face to identify the body, but if that's the case, we need to get that camera footage and everything to the family so that they can see it. Because if it's self-deletion, it really shouldn't be that much of an active investigation. So they should be able to see that footage and put all that to rest. When you hear that he had broken limbs and things like that, and just all of the other things, like they couldn't look at his body below the neck, he allegedly had broken bones, and you're saying that he didn't. We need to let the family see the footage. You said originally that he was in his dorm room when he died, and then you find out he's hanging from a tree. Like, no, that camera footage of whatever happened needs to be expedited. You know?
I actually have Trey's uncle, his uncle who's the pastor of this church, and he will come forward and tell you a little bit about Trey.
Thank you. We bring you greetings from Living Faith Miracle Temple Church of God in Christ here in the city of Grenada. And on behalf of Trey Reed, and whom would be my nephew. That's right.
Yeah, there was cameras all over the college campus, and they say they had video footage of what happened. I would think that someone self-deleting themselves will do it privately, not out in the open. I was thinking that too, unless he was trying to make some kind of statement. Belinda said, last I heard, they are working to get the footage for the family to view. Thank you for that. I hope they do. Is this a kid that was nailed to the tree? Thought that was in Albuquerque, New Mexico. No, I saw a video on that, though. Mr. Speculating sent me a video about a man that was nailed to a tree, which I found interesting. I'll have to send it to myself. We can do it at the end. This young African-American man was found hanging from a tree in Mississippi at his college. My brother took his life 4 years ago. Oh, my God. I'm so sorry, Brenda. I'm so sorry. If the police were wearing body cams, show that also. Why report it as his room? Exactly. We need to see that. We need to get that to the family. Yeah, you're good, Ashton. It's okay. I hope the footage doesn't mysteriously disappear. That would be some bullshit. My friend's mom hung herself in a dark basement. My friend found her. I cannot imagine. I couldn't either. Yeah, it would be traumatizing for a family to watch, but if there's so many questions, like maybe they could get the uncle that's a pastor here to watch it and verify. Somebody that's not, the mom or the dad or the siblings, like somebody that could handle it maybe a little better.
And who I've been knowing for, let me get one of my mic. Well, that'd be good.
They don't have captions for
whom
this.
I've been knowing for a very long time. He graduated here. I believe it might have been 2 years ago, or maybe going on 3 years now. he graduated. When he graduated, he usually come here. Most every other Sunday, he would be here to attend the church here. And he was one of the type of young men that he was very obedient. And when I talk to him, I always tell him, he always tells me that he had a plan for his life. And many things he wanted. One thing he said he wanted to be a truck driver. He wanted to go to college, he wanted to be a truck driver because that's what I once was for nearly 30 years. And that's what he wanted to be. And he would come here laughing, so joyful, a happy young man. And right now we are, along with the family here, the Reed family, we just want answers. We just really want answers. Because a young man like that, he wasn't a street young man. You know, sometimes we got people that in the streets and this and that. He wasn't that type of person. He didn't do any of those things. So that's why we are so concerned about what's going on. We're getting mixed information. We're hearing everything on the media. So we just want the truth. That's all we're looking for. Because he was a young man. I really loved it. And so right now, that's what we're looking for. And I thank the Lord for my niece. Thank God for her and all of my relatives that are here on today. So that's
oh my
all I
God,
have
I'm
to
so
say right
sorry.
now. I thank you so much for your support.
So sorry, y'all.
And finding out, bringing the truth to the light. That's what we're looking forward for. Thank you.
And I think the camera footage will do that. We need to get the camera footage to the family.
Anyone else have any additional questions? Yes, go right ahead.
Has anyone from Baltimore County involved in the investigation?
No, they have not. No, they have not. And that's one of
couldn't
the
understand the
reasons for
question.
the urgency of this press conference, because the family is getting all of their information secondhand through the news. And we want that to stop today. It will stop today. And the officials from Delta State University, the coroner's office, you will communicate directly with this family and not through the media. And
I don't think that's too much to ask. Most of the time, the family is notified and gets information before the press does regardless. So that's interesting.
want answers. And we're going to launch our own independent investigation to get those answers if Delta State University won't cooperate with us, if the local coroner's office won't cooperate with us, and hopefully the state coroner's office will cooperate, and so that this family just will not just, this happened yesterday, February the 15th, 2025. The media knew about his Trey's death before the family did. Now, what justice, what right would you communicate with the media prior to communicating with this family as if this young man's life meant nothing? But moving forward ahead, we will seek answers independently from Delta State University and from the coroner's office, and if need be, independent from the state coroner's office, because we need answers as to what happened to Trey Reed. Were there should have been cameras at the university that could easily enlighten us as to what happened in the early mornings of September the 15th of 2025.
I think she misspoke when she said February. I think she meant September.
That's easy. A lot of the questions that we have, the answer should be quite easy to answer.
Right.
Because if this young man was on the campus of Delta State University with all these cameras and all this modern technology, from the moment he left his dorm room or entered that campus, there should be surveillance of all of his actions. And that's what we want. Bring the surveillance, bring the cameras, so that we'll know exactly what happened to Trey Reed.
Yep.
this was actually his first year at the university. Actually, I think he was just at the university 1 month.
Oh man.
A brand new student, full of life, eager to be there. So the family wants answers as to how they sent this young, fun-loving young man to Delta State University, and now we're coming with a heinous crime. And as we stand here today, the Reed family, we're not going to point fingers at anybody. We're not going to call anybody any names. All we want is answers from technology.
And I don't think that's too much to ask. Lorianne pointed out, I can't imagine hearing your child died on the news. And that is upsetting. The family should have been notified first, and usually is. So there's a lot in this case that is questionable. And we need the technology, like she just said. We need the camera footage. You need to show it to the family so you can put it to bed. She did say February, Abellis, but she misspoke. Showing the film will end a lot of suspicious questions. At least show it to the attorney. Right. The family, things like that. They have an attorney and are getting stonewalled. Imagine a older couple with no means of another autopsy. Yeah, they're saying that they're going to do their own independent autopsy to double check and make sure. And they got the FBI involved, which hopefully is good. This family is hurting, grieving. They shouldn't have to beg for answers. I agree. Lorianne thinks it could be a cover-up. Hello, everybody just getting in. Tags, foot impressions, witnesses, hall cameras, no reason they are on mute. Exactly. I agree.
That's all we want, and then we can go to a different narrative. But right now, we're here, the family is grieving, and we don't want to point fingers at anyone. So as soon as
And I appreciate the fact that they're still being respectful, even though they aren't able to get answers that they so desperately need and want.
As the cameras and the surveillance comes available, we can have a talk, but with no cameras, no official report from the state coroner's office, how do you come up with actually what was the cause of Trey Reed's death? And we won't point the finger that someone's trying to control the narrative here, because technology and cameras will answer all the questions that all of us have.
Right. Yep. I agree,
Any additional
Harlot.
questions from anyone? Okay, go right ahead. The family was not aware.
They're talking about, was the family aware of some type of report?
The coroner's report
Coroner's
prior
report.
to it being released. And at this point, we're not going to get into constitutional violations, because that's not what this family is about. This family has this church here in Grenada. They're pillars of our local society, and we're not here to point fingers yet. But we will have answers, and the possible constitutional violations of releasing Trey's name to the media immediately after this happened is a possible constitutional violation.
Yeah,
and we will get to that. We will get to that. But for now, the family is asking for answers as to what happened to Trey Reed on the campus of Delta State University, which should have all forms of cameras and surveillance to answer these questions that this family has.
And at the end of the day, they need to be given that camera footage. Just give them the footage so they can look at it for themselves and put all this to bed. You've already fucked up in a lot of ways, it sounds like. So just put it to bed and give them the answers that they so desperately are seeking and that they deserve.
days ahead. From all indications, and I'll say from speaking with the family, the days leading up to this, he was just as fun-loving as ever. We recently had Grenada Day here in Grenada. He was here with his family, and he was joyful and loving as ever. And that's what he's been remembered for being a joyful, loving young man. And when he went back to Delta State University, he was this fun-loving person. And our question is, what happened?
Right. And it's interesting that he was real happy on Grenada Day. I don't know what day that was exactly. And then, he goes and does something like this. Yes, people can hide it and there can be no signs, but when you couple that with the fact that people are talking about broken limbs, they were told he was in his room. He was found in his room, and then you find out not only was he not found in his room, but he was found hanging from a tree. All of these things coupled together, it stinks. Give them the footage so they can get the answers they need.
If there are no additional questions, thank you all for coming.
All right, and that's the end of that. Okay. Looked at that one. Yeah, now we're going to go over here. This one.
Reed was found hanged from a tree by a faculty member near. Authorities say the body of 21-year-old Trey Reed was found hanged from a tree by a faculty member near the pickleball courts. Word spread quickly throughout the Cleveland campus, leaving students and others concerned and worried.
Well, because I am a Black student, hearing that happened to another Black student, it really made me feel, it's make me feel unsafe. I do have to walk to class, and I like to go walk on the track, and it would be happy to know like what happened.
Local and state investigators immediately started looking into the incident. DSU Police Chief Michael Peeler says investigators found no evidence of foul play.
But pending an investigation, further investigation, and also from the medical examiner's office, we won't have more information until that part has been done.
And members of
So I guess the police came out and spoke about it and said their piece, and they're saying that they have nothing's going to be released until that's done. I think we heard that the family had seen the body from the neck up, so they were able to identify it. And if they've completed the autopsy, the video footage should be available. Miss King of Anything said, I wish someone would ask if the surveillance camera are being released to the family. I think that they're going to demand it, and they have a civil rights attorney, so I think they'll get it.
Reed's family are insisting on a thorough investigation.
Please, 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 please do your research on this. Do not let them sweep nothing else under the rug. Enough is enough.
University President Daniel Enos says the discovery left him heartbroken as he extended his condolences to Reed's family and friends. He added DSU would help students, faculty, and staff with the grief.
We are getting a decision now. At this.
So it reads, students at Delta State University said they also had questions about the death of Trey Reed, 21, even though authorities have said they found no evidence of foul play. I wanted to make sure I wasn't muted. Cleveland, Mississippi. At Delta State University on Wednesday, there were few signs of the tragedy that befell the campus this week and disrupted the beginning of a new school year. Quote, welcome back, unquote, banners from the Chamber of Commerce and campaign signs for students running for homecoming court were staked in the grass. Hold on a minute. Let me clear my throat. Hold on just a minute. Students have been back on campus just shy of a month when the body of Trey Reed, a 21-year-old Black student, was found hanging from a tree on campus on Monday. Reed's death has ignited calls for justice and online speculation that he was the victim of a lynching, even though authorities have said there was no evidence of foul play. Families of other Black men who have been found hanging in Mississippi and were determined to have died by suicide are also questioning their official causes of death. So wait, this has happened before? Why are Black men hanging themselves in Mississippi? What the hell's going on with that? Under the photo, it reads, Trey Reed's body was found hanging from a tree near the pickleball courts on the campus Monday morning. The article continues. They say they believe their loved ones were victims of lynchings in a state with a history of racially motivated violence, including the 1955 lynching of 14-year-old Emmett Till. Reed's family has not publicly commented on his death except through attorneys. Mira Brown, who was on campus Wednesday to visit her younger sister who recently transferred to Delta State, said she understands the feelings people are having about Reed's death. Quote, just given the historical significance of trees, Black men, and ropes, there's just something about it to me that isn't right, unquote, she said. Bolivar County Coroner Randolph Sills Jr. said in a statement Wednesday that his office is conducting a thorough death investigation. From left, Mr. Matthew, Mr. Horace, and Mr. Wallace. He echoed the official's comments and said a preliminary examination showed no evidence that Reed was physically attacked. More details will be released after the Mississippi State Crime Lab conducts an autopsy, Sills said. At the campus, Colby Horace, 21, who is pictured in the middle, a senior studying sports management, said he did not know what to believe. Quote, I just want justice. I don't know what it is, but I want the truth to come out. I just want to know what the real answer is, he said. Matthews, 20, which is right here, the one on all the way on the left, and Mr. Wallace, 20, the president and vice president, respectively. Mr. Wallace is right here in the white. Of the president and vice president, respectively, of the university's African American Student Council said they had discussed organizing a vigil for Reed amid calls by students for more information. Look at him. He was such a handsome young man. Y'all, I can't believe that there had been people, other African American men found hanging from trees in the area that were all deemed to be suicides. Like, that's real concerning to me. And I can understand how that happened. Oh, Abellis, thank you so much for the 20 memberships. Good gracious. That was a lot. Thank you so very much for that. For sharing our speculation station with 20 people. That was such an amazing thing to do. So very sweet. Thank you so much for that, Abellis. I really appreciate that. Those memberships went to Ange, Heather Ibarra Taylor, Canadianess, always on MP72, Sandra Lynn, Laura Arnold, Georgia Sky, Rio, Miss Yogi, C Branch, Diamonds for DC, Cheyenne M, Mika Berry, Sun Clear, Brahman AR, Whoopsie-Daisy Utes, Stormy, Sherlock Homie, Lurker, and Lisa. If you guys were gifted from Abellis, please tell Abellis thank you. Thank you so much, Abellis. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. I really appreciate that. I will grab the Polar Express to pick our new members up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you so much, Abellis. Thank you, Abellis. And hey, Mustang, I saw that you came in. Good to see you. I don't know. I wish we could pick who it went to. Oh, we are so sweet. I think so. I've never seen half of these names in chat. Yeah. Welcome, new friends and members. Thank you. Okay, the article continues. Wallace said he has been thinking about Reed's family and other students he would see with Reed on campus. Quote, everybody's trying to cope a little differently. Everybody's trying to cope a little differently and trying to get through it. We're also trying to move in a way where we acknowledge the fact that he was a student, that he was another one of us, Wallace said. Wallace said he understood that school leaders might be limited in what information they can release, but acknowledged that some classmates are frustrated. It's just that we really want answers. That's why a lot of people are fearful in this moment, Matthews added. Brown recalled checking her younger sister's location Monday night and feeling at peace. My last thought before going to sleep was college is the one place where you're supposed to feel like your children are safe. And then I woke up to the news, she said. Brown, who is from Mississippi Delta, is cooperating with Reed's family and releasing the autopsy results to confirm or deny the rumors are steps she thinks officials should take. Ultimately, she said, she suspects people may not feel settled with authorities' findings until they hear from the family, because that's the only thing that's going to supersede what the suspicions are now, she said. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump said Tuesday that Reed's family had retained him and that his family and the campus community deserve a full independent investigation to uncover the truth about what happened. He did not identify the family members who hired him. Quote, Trey was a young man full of promise and warmth, deeply loved and respected by all who knew him, Crump said on social media. We cannot accept vague conclusions when so many questions remain. Attorney Vanessa Jones said at a news conference Tuesday that she had also been retained by Reed's family. It was unclear whether she represented the same family members who retained Crump as their attorney. Jones said she would launch an independent investigation into Reed's death and demanded transparency from officials. Quote, the family does not know exactly what happened on September 15th, 2025. We are seeking answers, she said. If you or someone you know is in crisis, call 988 to reach the self-deletion and crisis lifeline. You can also call the network, previously known as the National Self-Deletion Prevention Lifeline, at 800-273-8255 or text HOME, HOME, to 741-741 or visit speakingofsuicide.com/resources for additional resources. I'm real concerned after hearing that other people have died by allegedly self-deletion and hanging themselves in Mississippi, being African American men. African American men are self-deleting by hanging themselves in trees in Mississippi, and they've all been ruled self-deletion. I never knew that, and that's very concerning for me. I think that the family needs to be given the video footage and all of everything so that this can be put to rest. Hey, Brady. Stopped in just to click the thumbs up. Have to run, but I'll watch on replay. Have a great day. You have a great day too, love. Okay, so we still have more to talk about. Southern Cat said, I'm not buying it. I have a lot of questions. So I don't know if you remember, I think it was yesterday or the day before, somebody came into chat and said that there was a shooting in Pennsylvania, that there was evidently something going on and a bunch of officers got shot. Well, I've got more information on that I found this morning. Hold on just a minute. All right. Julianne said, could it go further than this, like that gang who make people do stuff like this? I don't know. If that is the case, if somebody made him feel like he had to do it, then they need to be held accountable and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Hannah said, tinfoil hat moment, nobody come for me. But historically, didn't the KKK used to hang people? Yes, they did. Yes, they did. I'm from Southern California, and it's known you don't want to be black in the deep South for this reason, in my opinion. There's so much corruption and cover-up, it's ridiculous. I don't know that I'd go that far, but I have questions at the end of the day. I definitely do. All right, this article reads, gunman Matthew Ruth stalked ex killed her dog before shooting 5 officers. Again, this was the other day we heard that there was officers being shot in Pennsylvania. One of you told me in chat while it was happening, and I wanted to share this with you. It reads, at 2:08 p.m. on Wednesday, detectives walked up to a door at a home in York County, Pennsylvania. By 2:10, 4 detectives and 1 deputy and the suspect were shot. That's 2 minutes. In 2 minutes, 4 detectives, 1 deputy, and the suspect were shot. And there's a whole entire presser on it. That's an hour long. I'm not going to play that whole thing. It says the suspect and 3 detectives were killed. The other 2 officers were critically wounded. What follows is the police account of what happened. So it starts the night before. At about 11:20 p.m. Tuesday night, a woman called police. She said she saw a man outside with binoculars and wearing camouflage. 2 officers arrived, finding a black pickup truck parked near the road, but not anyone in it or on the property. The officers went to the house to talk to the woman who called 911, and she was there with her daughter. And they told police that the daughter's pickup had previously been set on fire in the driveway. The woman said they suspected it was the daughter's ex-boyfriend, but they weren't sure. They said that as far as they knew, the ex-boyfriend had never been to the home. They showed the officers a picture of the man in camouflage taken from a trail camera. The photo showed the man with a scope device looking at the house. The daughter said it looked like her ex-boyfriend. The officers noticed he had an AR-15 style rifle in the photo. If that is real, I want that. I'm sorry. I got sidetracked. I don't think this ghost lamp is real, but that is the cutest damn thing I have ever seen. It showed it moving. If it is real, it probably doesn't move. Yeah, it just sits there. That's cute, though. Sorry. ADHD and all. Let's go back over here. Oh, you didn't see it. Hold on. That's what I was looking at. It's very cute, but it showed it moving. I got a ghost that looks like that as my escape key on my keyboard. It does seem very sus. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's insane. I agree. So, overnight, police continued looking for the man, calling in other departments and overhead drones. They didn't find him. He was identified as Matthew James Ruth. Wednesday, the next morning, police got a search warrant for Ruth's property. Detectives went to his home, but he wasn't there. The officers did talk with Ruth's family. That was just after noon. At 2 p.m., 5 detectives and a county deputy went back to the woman's house again with a drone to search for Ruth. At 2:08 p.m., Detective Emenheiser, Detective Mark Baker, and Detective Sergeant Cody Becker, and a 4th detective walked up to the front door. The 5th detective stayed on the perimeter, and a deputy operated the drone from a spot near his car. The 4 detectives noticed the door was unlocked, but no one was supposed to be home as the woman had gone somewhere else. Somewhere else for their safety. So I think these are the 3 officers that were killed. I love fall and the little Halloween decorations. I think it's so cute. So under the photo, it reads, this combination of images provided by York County PA District Attorney's Office on Thursday, September 18th, shows from the left Detective Mark Baker. So this is Detective Mark Baker, Detective Sergeant Cody Baker right here, and Detective Isaiah Emenheiser right here. All of the Northern York County Regional Police Department. And that's the house. The property on Thursday, September 18th, 2025, near where police were shot during a domestic investigation on Wednesday in North Carolina, Pennsylvania. Probably said that wrong. I didn't want to say anything, but this one on the end here with the last name Emenheiser looks very German. He definitely does. Like, that's definitely some German right there. This shows a memorial for police officers killed in a shooting shown outside the Northern York County Regional Police Department Thursday, September 18th, 2025 in York, Pennsylvania. Attendees watch a procession Wednesday, September 17th, 2025 in Spring Grove, Pennsylvania after multiple police officers were shot and killed. Pennsylvania State Police troopers and emergency workers block a road after multiple police officers were shot and killed on September 17th, 2025 in North Carolina, Pennsylvania. I'm glad they hung the flags for them, and I hate that they got shot. It says the detectives, continuing with the timeline, the detectives opened the door and Ruth started shooting. Detective Baker was hit first. Detective Sergeant Becker, Detective Eimenhauser, and the fourth detective were shot as they tried to get cover. Ruth then started shooting at the fifth detective and the deputy, who by this point were firing back at Ruth. The detective with his rifle on the deputy with his 9mm handgun. Ruth was shooting what police describe as an AR-15 style rifle with a suppressor. Hold on just a minute. They did. It is very sad. The deputy was hit but continued firing his handgun as Ruth moved up toward the road. During the firefight, as Ruth got to the road, he was hit and killed. It was 2:10 p.m., approximately 2 minutes since the first shot was fired. After the shooting, the fifth detective went to the four who had been shot by the house. He found detectives Baker, Becker, and Eimenhauser non-responsive. All three of them died. He immediately began first aid on the fourth detective who had been shot, then started first aid on the deputy too as he called for more reinforcements. Both were hospitalized in critical condition. As more officers arrived from multiple agencies, investigators went into the house. They found a dog had been shot once and killed in the basement, presumably by Ruth. All four detectives involved were from Northern York County Regional Police Department. The department issued this statement. Quote, yesterday, what? Oh my gosh, stop. What just happened? Okay. The department issued this statement. Yesterday was a dark and heartbreaking day for the Northern York County Regional Police Department and for all of York County. We are devastated by the loss of 3 of our officers and continue to pray for the recovery of a 4th who remains hospitalized. We ask our community to keep these officers, their families, and their colleagues in your thoughts and prayers during this time of unimaginable grief. At this time, our administrative offices are closed. Neighboring police departments, along with the Pennsylvania State Police, are assisting in providing police services to our municipalities to ensure the continued safety of our residents. Information regarding an official and endorsed donation portal to support the families of our fallen and injured officers will be shared shortly. We encourage the public to await this guidance to ensure contributions go directly to those most in need. We thank you for your compassion, patience, and support as we navigate this tragedy together. That's so scary. All over what? A domestic violence situation? Yeah, my computer had a seizure. Sounds just like a Fatal Attraction situation. Yeah, it does. Yeah, right? Computer behave. You have one job. It's not that difficult. Very, very sad. Very uncalled for, I think. in my humble opinion. So I have this update from my state of North Carolina. This happened yesterday evening. Let me pull it up. Excuse me. So the University of North Carolina Wilmington, or UNCW, canceled Friday classes today after reports of a gunman on campus determined to be a false alarm. I'll probably just play the video for this one.
Want the fastest working GLP-1 for half the price? Ro now offers FDA-approved weight loss injection.
Continue to cover what turned out to be a very frightening situation at UNCW for no reason. Reports of a gunman on campus revealing to be fake. That, according to the university this morning, classes are canceled as the dust settles now, and the UNCW community makes sense of what ended up being just a day filled with campus threats. WECT's campus is where WECT's, or UNCW's campus is where WECT's Anaya Cromartie is live this morning. Anaya, let's talk about what the mood is like out there right now.
Well, Bill, the campus feels like it's at ease right now. Things are just starting to wake up. I saw a few staff members driving by, preparing for the day, but at this time, it's very few students walking around on campus. Now, this incident started around 7 last night after social media speculation potentially showing someone with a gun. The campus then went into lockdown with sirens warning students and staff of that situation.
Now, even though it was a false situation, I'm glad they took it seriously and shut down the campus. Life is precious, regardless. Like that's it. That's all. Life is precious, regardless. I don't understand the lady that called the police the day before, shot the officer. No, okay, so in the case we just discussed, there was a woman who called police and said there's a man walking around my property in camouflage with a scope or some kind of binoculars or something, basically stalking my house, and I need the police to do something about it. And then they said they thought it was her daughter's boyfriend, ex-boyfriend. So basically her daughter, who lived in the house with her, had broken up with her boyfriend, and her boyfriend was the guy named Ruth, last name Ruth, who was on the property dressed in camouflage with binoculars walking around. Police look at trail cam footage and realize he has an AR-15. So they take the information, they see the trail cam footage, they tell the women to go somewhere else where it's safe. The next day, police go to his property to try to see what the issue was and what was going on, but he was not home. So they go back to the house where the woman had reported the day before that the man was walking around. One of them's flying a drone to try to see if they can see the man walking around. And the other officers went and knocked on the door. When they did, the man that had been dressed in camouflage with binoculars, the daughter's ex-boyfriend, basically opened fire, and that was after he had shot the dog in the basement. Hold on just a minute. Murder is never the answer. There have been so many swatting calls at colleges this year. Some people need to get a life. I agree. I'm glad you feel the same. Too many seem to think it otherwise. Think they were boyfriend, girlfriend. I don't think they were boyfriend, girlfriend very long. It's sad. Oh, you're welcome, Miss King. No problem, love.
From there, a flood of law enforcement swept the campus, but ultimately they didn't find anything. Of course, during that time, the initial images on social media kept spreading. Rumors kept swirling, and people both on and off campus were on edge, given the threats at the university this week. Then, just before 10, the lockdown was lifted. That was after police gave the all clear, noting this was a false alarm. After talking with Chief Brinkley, he assures everyone on UNCW's campus is safe, and he says they're digging deeper into where those reports originated.
See, I'm glad that the officers are reacting so quickly to this. And talking about our last story, I'm glad that the women called and were able to get out of the house. And I do mourn the death of the 3 officers, but it could have been worse. It could have been everybody. There could have been 2 more victims, the girl and her mother, had they stayed at that house and not called the police. So I am grateful for that. I'm grateful for the police response in a lot of issues like this, saving lives.
Reports were investigated thoroughly and found to be untrue. We continue to conduct our reviews of the information that sources and the sources they came from, and will provide more details in the coming days.
Now, the university says they'll give another update around 8:30 this morning. And Bill, behind me is where the library is at. That is also closed today. We know that there was a report of a threat there on Wednesday. But again, Chief Brinkley just wants to reassure students, faculty, and parents that the campus is safe.
Yeah, erring on the side of caution and just a big sigh of relief. Anaya Cromartie, thank you very much. The Chancellor and Cabinet sharing thoughts on yesterday's event, saying, quote, "We are saddened."
They said, quote, "We are saddened the University of North Carolina Wilmington community had to experience this, and we want to thank those who are on campus for your cooperation and patience. We are also grateful for our university police department and the agencies that assisted us." And that was from Chancellor Aswani K. Valetti and the cabinet. And that was the University of North Carolina Wilmington.
For our University Police Department news app, turn on the breaking news alerts to
Okay.
get push notifications.
So that was the information on that. I was going through my email and I did see this that Ashton just sent me, and I figured I would play with y'all. And it's about on the TIRA. TIRA. I always say it wrong. It's from CourtTV, and it's titled "At CourtTV has entered the chat," which I thought was funny. Now, we remember on the TIRA TikTok channel from the Emmanuel Haro case. So Ashton sent me this, and I wanted to share it with you guys.
Bring in the founder of On the TIRA News, Ahmed Bellozo, our friend who's been covering this case on his TikTok platform and other places on social media. Ahmed, great to see you tonight. How you feeling, first of all? You feeling good?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. Thank you, Vinny, for having me, and CourtTV as well.
What are your thoughts tonight? Do you believe little Emmanuel will ever be found?
Our hope, obviously, is that, yes, he will be found. In what state is a different question altogether. We are thoroughly prepared now for the recovery portion of this investigation. Authorities are not telling us anything. We continue with our leads, and the same way they're not telling us, we're not telling them neither.
Expand on that a little bit, Ahmed. What do you mean?
It's been a month, as you said now, and we were so willingly helping and trying to share information. It has become some sort of a slap in the face now, that any information that we have now, we are trying to piece this case together ourselves. And when I talk about we, I'm talking about me.
Give me your reaction. And were you surprised when in that press conference they came out and they said, listen, we don't want the public searching for this child. I've covered dozens of these stories. Take me back to Orlando. Kaylee Marie Anthony is missing.
I find it interesting that he's decided to do a separate investigation from the police when the police basically told him to take 15 seats. It is what it is, said I'm from Wilmington and almost went to UNCW, but new to was okay. Yeah, it's scary, especially if you're located in the area.
The whole community was out. Maya Miliete in San Diego, the whole community coming together. And
look at that baby. I mean, he was so precious. So precious.
Searching, and here they're saying don't search.
As I said earlier, right now I'm working on the search for a missing person, Joseph Aranda, here in Victorville. The police have been actively working on his case here in San Bernardino County. The lead investigator has been on vacation for 3 weeks now, and we have new leads, and we can't even get them to him because he hasn't came back. And so we understand that, things get lost in the shuffle due to time, and, his vacation with his family was probably planned before what happened with Joseph Aranda here in Victorville. But we have no leads to talk to a supervisor above him. And so right now we're waiting. They're telling us not to look, but he ain't look. Obviously, in the Emmanuel case, we don't know who's looking. We don't know who's on vacation. We don't know what leads they have. And so if you're not going to tell us where we're at, then we're going to go out there and look for ourselves, because this man, and God bless him, the deputy from San Bernardino County, who's the lead investigator in this case of Joseph Aranda, is on vacation. And
I mean, and that's the problem. But at the same time, you can't go and do the sheriff's job. Like, you got to take a seat. He was precious, wasn't he? He was a beautiful little baby boy, wasn't he? Yeah, he's not sharing his information and they're not sharing theirs. But I mean, it's an active police investigation. But I get the feeling of, because we've heard that Emmanuel Haro is in the dump, and basically that they're not worried. They're going to prosecute the case without a body. So that tells you that they're probably not looking and wanting to find the body so we can definitely kind of seal the deal. I get how you would want to make sure that happens. So I understand both sides of it. I just would advise on the TIRA to be very careful doing things like that, especially coming out on national television and announcing that you're going to do that. A place like CourtTV, yeah, I don't know if that's a good idea.
And we can't get a hold of him, and we have active leads that work down in the riverbed right now today because we're trying to find this man, and we have new leads and we don't know who to give them to because the San Bernardino County Sheriff won't call us back because they don't want our help. So it's like a catch-22. We're in a pickle. It's very frustrating. Emmanuel, I have new leads, bro, but who do I share it with? YouTube, so everybody could shred it up and destroy it? No.
Yeah.
And so I understand when people withhold information because I have vital information right now regarding Jake, and we'll get into that obviously.
Absolutely.
But
Hold that thought, Ahmed. Bring in.
So I was glad Ahmed was able to go on Court TV and talk about that. While we're talking about Court TV, just real quick, we touched on it briefly yesterday. If you don't know, Leilani Simon is asking for a new trial. Now, we covered that whole entire trial on Allegedly Speculating, and there is a playlist with the entire trial on my channel, and I was able to get some of the jail calls between her and her mother, Billy Joe. And I wanted to share this with you that I found earlier. It's just a real quick video talking about her seeking a new trial.
In Georgia, a mother convicted of murdering her toddler son, whose remains were found in a landfill, is asking for a new trial. Last year, a jury convicted Leilani Simon on 19 charges in the death of 20-month-old Quentin Simon. She was sentenced to life in prison. Among the reasons stated in the new trial request are insufficient evidence and the court's denial of the defendant's motion to suppress statements the defendant made to police. In Georgia, a mother convicted of murdering her toddler son, whose remains...
I mean, obviously, the statements she made to police are going to be critical in the case. Like, I get that you have a motion to suppress that evidence, but it's critical for the case. Like, you can't confess to something or make statements to police and then expect it not to be presented at trial. When you are questioned by the police, they tell you you have the right to remain silent. What you say can and more than likely will be used against you in a court of law. You should always present it. You should always know that if you are being questioned by police, it's being recorded and it will be used against you. Not it can be used against you. There's a possibility it will be used against you. Do not talk to the police without a lawyer. If you're being investigated, if you're being interrogated, don't do it. Just don't do it. Quentin was very sweet, and what happened to him was completely unforgivable. I was deep into Quentin Simon. That was one of the first cases I got into too. She does have a slappable face. I don't know if it was clickbait, but I heard she confessed, and that's why they moved the court date to October. What do I think? I think if she confessed, then she needs to shut the fuck up and sit the fuck down. She's in her forever home, as Abella so eloquently put. Okay, I've got 3 articles up here, and then we got the letters from Chad. These are just little side articles. We'll start with the trucker. I saw this and I was like, that's interesting. So the title of this article is Trucker Arrested After Young Half-Sisters Found Trapped in a Refrigerated Trailer Set to Hypothermia Inducing 30 Degrees. Excuse me, what? What the fuck? It reads, a trucker in Utah was arrested after officers responding to a multi-vehicle pileup involving his tractor trailer noticed, quote, 2 sets of eyes, unquote, apparently belonging to his trapped young half-sisters peering out the back of his refrigerated big rig. Jacob Ortel Scott, 28, was behind the wheel of his hulking tractor trailer when a tire came loose and careened over a wall on Interstate 15 in Linden, according to the State Highway Patrol. The tire wound up striking 2 other vehicles, causing some minor injuries. Good gracious. Let me get a sip of my coffee. Kate F., I appreciate your comment. I am working on coming on camera. I get it. I will be coming on camera within the next month or 2. So I do want you to know that, but I understand. And thank you for being here. I hope you have a good day. Here we go. Jesus, take the wheel and the tire. Oh. Jesus, take the wheel. Jesus, take the wheel. I love your background. It's so pretty. Thank you. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? So it says, to make matters worse, a semi-truck rear-ended a nearby passenger car. Let me make sure I'm not muted. Yeah, okay. Which was then pushed into several other vehicles while Scott's tractor trailer was stopped. While surveying the chaotic scene, one responding trooper noticed, quote, 2 sets of eyes, unquote, through the slats of the trailer, according to court documents. The trooper asked Scott, who looked surprised before admitting that there were kids in the trailer, the affidavit states. Other troopers pried open the trailer and found 2 young girls, aged 12 and 14, trapped inside with bedding set up and no way for them to exit, according to the affidavit. The thermostat inside the refrigerated trailer was set to remain at 30 degrees, low enough to induce hypothermia. The girls had been locked inside for approximately 2 hours, according to court documents. Their exact condition following the harrowing journey is unclear, but they were well enough to complete interviews with agents from the Utah State Bureau of Investigation and the Department of Child and Family Services. Lieutenant Cameron Roden with Utah Highway Patrol said the girls were apparently Scott's half-sisters, KJZZ reported. He added that they weren't being trafficked, but the bizarre circumstance was still enough to arrest him on suspicion of third-degree felony aggravated child abuse. Scott was booked at the Utah County Jail without bail. Judge Sean Peterson cited substantial evidence that Scott posed a substantial danger to the public. Sorry, I botched reading that so horribly. If I'm understanding correctly, I'm thinking it's his tractor trailer that lost the tire. Well, I am going to be on camera soon enough. I know. Poor babies in that cold truck like that. Good gracious. I don't know what was going on, but it stinks. All right. Now we're going to go to Florida. This article reads, David Pittman killed his estranged wife's family in 1990, and Florida just executed him. Hold on a minute. Hold on just a minute. Okay. It says, Florida has executed death row inmate David Joseph Pittman for the 1990 triple homicide of his soon-to-be ex-wife's family, marking a record 12 executions in the state this year. Pittman, 63, was executed by lethal injection on Wednesday, September 17th, for the homicide of his ex's parents, Clarence and Barbara Knowles, and their 20-year-old daughter, Bonnie Knowles. Good gracious. The three were stabbed in the middle of the night, and their house was set on fire on May 15th of 1990. Hold on. Bella said, no, not Florida. I don't mind either. I come here for the community and the conversation and true crime. So thank you guys. Y'all are so sweet. I love y'all so much. You shouldn't be forced to show your face. You should have to change. You shouldn't have to change for others either. Your face is your story. Thank you, love. Hey, Sunclear Brahmin R. Sun said, hey, thanks to the kind soul that gifted me a membership. I'm so glad you were gifted, and hello, it's nice to meet you. Shelby said, bye, Kate. Have a great day. All right. Let me get a sip of my coffee, so hopefully I can read correctly, daggum. Okay. Quote, I know you all came to watch an innocent man be homicided by the state of Florida, unquote, Pittman said during his last words, according to the governor's office. Quote, I am innocent. I didn't kill anybody. That's it, unquote. Pittman's execution is the 12th so far this year in Florida, a single-year record for the state, which has at least 2 more executions on the calendar. It's also the 31st execution in the nation, a 10-year high, largely being driven by the high numbers in the Sunshine State. Here's what you need to know. In the dark of night on May 15th of 1990, Pittman went to the home of Clarence and Barbara Knowles in Mulberry, roughly 40 miles east of Tampa. Angry over his wife's divorce filing, prosecutors said at trial that Pittman first confronted her 20-year-old sister Bonnie, stabbing her 7 times and cutting her throat before he fatally stabbed her 50-year-old mother and 60-year-old father and set the house on fire. Hold on just a minute. Let me clear my throat. Yeah, it was Abellis that gifted you the membership, I do believe. And thank you for being here. Yeah, your family. You're part of our speculating family. Okay, it continues. Except for his ex, Pittman, quote, wiped out an entire family, unquote. Prosecutor Hardy Pickard told jurors during the 1991 trial, according to an archived story in the Tampa Tribune. Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd, let me give talking about the legendary Grady Judd. Why can't I scroll? Oh my God.
Ain't nobody got time.
That's the wrong one. Hold on. Let me try again. What is going on? Well, I can't get it. Dang. I wanted to give him an amazing. Well, we know that Sheriff Grady Judd is amazing, so. Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd, a major in the agency's patrol division who responded to the scene of the crime in 1990, said, quote, if ever there has been anyone who deserved the death penalty, it's David Pittman. Speaking to the Lakeland Ledger, part of USA Today Network, Judd said this week that the crime was shocking to the community and described Pittman as, quote, evil in the flesh. There's a photo of Pittman, there's a photo of the family, and Grady Judd, who's always doing great things for the state of Florida. Hannah wasn't born when he did this. Took long enough. Mulberry, that used to be my stomping ground. Well, Kelly, it's in Florida, which I didn't even know there was a Mulberry, Florida. So I find that interesting. I don't understand why I'm not able to scroll on my media assets. Like, that's kind of irritating me. All right. Judd, who witnessed the execution, told reporters during a news conference afterward that Pittman, quote, was evil then and never changed. Pittman took the stand in his own defense during trial, telling jurors he was sleeping at his dad's home at the time of the homicides. a claim his father denied when he testified, according to the Tampa Tribune. Pittman was convicted of the homicides and sentenced to death. Pittman's appellate attorneys most recently have been arguing that he is too intellectually disabled to be executed under the U.S. Constitution. In a filing with the U.S. Supreme Court, they said Pittman had an IQ of about 70, was in classes for the mentally handicapped as a child, and suffered brain damage, and that he was repeatedly denied the opportunity to present evidence of his disability in court. Quote, the state of Florida runs the imminent risk of executing an intellectually disabled person, contrary to the provisions of the Eighth Amendment, Pittman's attorney wrote. The Florida Attorney General's office argued that Pittman's claims were without merit. Quote, the record shows that Pittman methodically planned the homicide, the state wrote in its Supreme Court filing. Quote, he cut the telephone lines before entering the house in the middle of the night, stabbed and killed 3 victims, and then set the house on fire. In short, any claim that Pittman is intellectually disabled would run headlong into strong evidence of adaptive function, unquote. Pittman's attorneys have lost their arguments, most recently with the rejection of the U.S. Supreme Court on Tuesday. When is the next execution? 11 more executions are scheduled in 8 states by the end of the year, putting the U.S. on pace to put at least 42 inmates to death, a number that hasn't been seen since 2012. It says in parentheses, there were 25 executions in the U.S. last year, while the all-time high number is 98 executions in 1999. The next 2 executions in the U.S. are scheduled on the same day next week. On Thursday, September 25th, Alabama is set to execute Jeffrey West by the relatively new method of nitrogen gas for the 1997 homicide of a mother during the robbery of the gas station where she worked. Within the same hour of West's execution, Texas is set to execute Blaine Millam by lethal injection for the 2008 death of his girlfriend's 13-month-old baby. Millam was interviewed by acclaimed German filmmaker Werner Herzog for a 2013 series called, quote, On Death Row, unquote. Interesting. All right. Now we're going to stay in Florida real quick, and we're going to look at this short little 24-second video. So, evidently, students were pepper sprayed in an event that actually harmed a lot more people than what they were trying to, I think. Hey, Crystal. Good to see you. You live in Polk County in Lakeland. Okay. Mulberry's like the suburb of Lakeland, Sorota, but it's a town. Okay. Thank you for that. I got my first speeding ticket in Mulberry from Officer Inch High Private Eye, 4 hours after getting my license on my 16th birthday. Girl, you did it big, didn't you? You went on ahead and did that thing, didn't you? You did it big, girl. I don't trust that nitrogen gas for execution. Sounds gruesome. It does. It reminds me of that video we looked at where they were talking about Stephen Stearns. When I was talking about, remember when we were going over the documents for Stephen Stearns, and his attorney wanted the jurors to basically take a tour of the execution chambers or watch that video that we watched that was from like 1972 where they took a rabbit in there. Oh, I about lost my lunch. It was horrific, y'all. It was absolutely horrific. Heathen, thank you so much for becoming a member. I greatly appreciate that, and that was so very sweet and supportive of you. For some reason, I cannot access my media stuff, so I'm going to leave for just a minute, and I'm going to come back in and see if that works. Hold on just a minute. All right, let me see if I can access it. Yeah, now it lets me scroll. Okay. So, Heathen, thank you so much for becoming a member. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate it. I've got a video to put out of the gardens, and if you are a member, I will keep y'all updated on my drive to Arkansas here within the next month or so. Thank you again, Heathen, for coming a member. I'm going to grab the crazy train to pick you up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you so very much for that, Heathen. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. Nitrogen is laughing gas. I thought so. Go big or go home. Awful. It was. There were 28,085 people on death row in 2020 and only 5 executed. What's the point? Good question. Okay. So this article is titled Pepper Spray Used to Stop Fight at a Florida High School Sends 32 to the Hospital. Like, was it worth it? Was it really worth it?
Warning, and by the way, this video you might find disturbing. Some 30 people had to be sent to the hospital after pepper spray was used to stop a fight at a high school in Florida. This is a look inside that cafeteria. It's just chaos. It's just like a mess there. We don't know what happened before the video was recorded, but obviously we know the aftermath. In a statement to parents and staff, the Lake Worth High School's principal says the students involved in this fight are now facing disciplinary action. Warning, and by the way, this video you might find disturbing.
Okay.
Some 30 people.
So yeah, that's all there is on it. And it just reads at least 32 people were sent to the hospital after pepper spray was used to stop a fight at Lake Worth High School in Florida. Principal Leilani said the students involved would face disciplinary action. Like, was it worth it? I mean, I get that we're trying to stop a fight, but good gracious. Yeah, go big or go home, like you said. That's so scary. So, like, if you use too much nitrous during a medical procedure, could you die? I don't know. That's a good question. I would think so. Hold on. Hold on just a minute. Okay. Oh, now my keyboard's not wanting to work. Boy, I'm just having technical difficulties. LA. I want to make sure laughing gas and nitrogen gas are the same. Okay, because it is a gas, nitrous oxide is primarily absorbed through the lungs. Laughing gas has an extremely fast half-life of approximately 5 minutes, and it is primarily eliminated through breathing. Hold on. Okay, can nitrous oxide kill you? Death could conceivably occur in individuals who experience significant brain damage as a result of the lack of oxygen to the brain. If a person inhales very concentrated amounts of nitrous oxide and does not breathe sufficient amounts of oxygen. So yeah, evidently you can. That's what I was kind of trying to ask it in a way that it would tell me that. So let's find out first. Okay, hold on, I'm going to pull it up. So it says nitrous oxide is laughing gas. It says, yes, nitrous oxide is commonly known as laughing gas. It's a colorless gas that creates a brief feeling of euphoria, often causing people to laugh when inhaled. Nitrous oxide is used in medical and dental settings for sedation and pain relief. Okay, so let me make sure it's the right gas that we were talking about. Hold on. Okay, so the Associated Press, January 21st of 2024, had an article titled, "What is Death by Nitrogen Hypoxia?" So it says Alabama plans to carry out first nitrogen gas execution. How will it work and what are the risks? Montgomery, Alabama. Alabama is preparing to use a new method of execution, nitrogen gas. Kenneth Eugene Smith, who survived the state's previous attempt to put him to death by lethal injection in 2022, is scheduled to be put to death Thursday by nitrogen hypoxia. Now, wait a minute. I thought if you were put to death and you survived it and you didn't die, that like they had to let you go. I don't know why I thought that, but I thought that like technically the state put you to death and you didn't die, so therefore you were free. But it's not. Okay. Nitrous oxide is made of nitrogen and oxygen. Pure nitrogen is what they are using for executions. It's different. Thank you. Miss King said those school fights can be very violent. It's not like in my day, boys might fight, but it was over very fast and there was respect for school officials. You're absolutely right about that. It becomes toxic in the blood. Yeah. So it reads, if carried out, it will be the first new method of execution since lethal injection was introduced in 1982. The state maintains that nitrogen gas will cause unconsciousness quickly, but critics have likened the never-before-used method of execution to human experimentation. Nitrogen hypoxia execution would cause death by forcing the inmate to breathe pure nitrogen, depriving him or her of the oxygen needed to maintain bodily functions. No state has ever used nitrogen hypoxia to carry out a death sentence. In 2018, Alabama became the third state, along with Oklahoma and Mississippi, to authorize the use of nitrogen gas to execute prisoners. Some states are looking for new ways to execute inmates because the drugs used in lethal injections, the most common execution method in the United States, are increasingly difficult to find. Nitrogen, a colorless, odorless gas, makes up 78% of the air inhaled by humans and is harmless when breathed with proper levels of oxygen. The theory behind nitrogen hypoxia is that changing the composition of the air to 100% nitrogen will cause Smith to lose consciousness and then die from lack of oxygen. Much of what is recorded in medical journals about death from nitrogen exposure comes from industrial accidents, where nitrogen leaks or mix-ups have killed workers, and from suicide attempts. After Smith okay, let me give you a trigger warning for this. Hold on just a minute. All right, let me get my banner. This might be triggering, so again, trigger warning. What does the state plan to do? After Smith, okay, I wanted to make sure I wasn't muted. After Smith is strapped to the gurney in the execution chamber, the state said in a court filing that it will place a NIOSH approved Type C full face piece supplied air respirator, a type of mask typically used in industrial settings to deliver life-preserving oxygen over Smith's face. The warden will then read the death warrant and ask Smith if he has any last words before activating the nitrogen hypoxia system from another room. The nitrogen gas will be administered for at least 15 minutes or 5 minutes following a flatline indication on the EKG, whichever is longer. The state heavily redacted sections of the protocol related to the storage and testing of the gas system. The Alabama Attorney General's office told a federal judge that the nitrogen gas will cause unconsciousness within seconds and cause death within minutes. What are the criticisms? Smith Smith's attorneys say the state is seeking to make him the test subject for a novel execution method. They have argued that the mask the state plans to use is not airtight and oxygen seeping in could subject him to a prolonged execution, possibly leaving him in a vegetative state instead of killing him. A doctor testified on behalf of Smith that the low oxygen environment could cause nausea, leaving Smith to choke to death on his own vomit. Experts appointed by the United Nations Human Rights Council earlier this month cautioned that, in their view, the execution method would violate the prohibition on torture and other cruel, inhumane, or degrading punishment. The American Veterinary Medical Association wrote in 2020 euthanasia guidelines that nitrogen hypoxia can be an acceptable method of execution under certain conditions for pigs, but not for other mammals, because it creates an anoxic environment that is distressing for some species. Is it the same as the gas chamber? Not exactly. Some states previously used hydrogen cyanide gas, a lethal gas, for execution. The last prisoner to be executed in a U.S. gas chamber was Walter Legrand, the second of two German brothers sentenced to death for killing a bank manager in 1982 in southern Arizona. It took Legrand 18 minutes to die in 1998. We don't necessarily need to know about the inmate. Well, I'll go ahead and read it so you guys have an idea. Thank you for the trigger warning. Kim said, then people didn't care when they were taking the person's life, so no one else should care, in my opinion. I get that, but I do have respect for the family. You know, nobody expects their loved one to go out and do something like that. You know what I mean? Anoxic means without oxygen. Thank you for that, Abellis. It is what it is, said fighting squad. You mean firing squad? Yeah. I mean, I think that would be more humane than this, honestly. All right, who is the inmate? Smith was one of two men convicted of the 1988 homicide for hire of a preacher's wife. Prosecutors and Smith said, and the other two men were each paid $1,000 to kill Elizabeth Sennett on behalf of her husband, who was deeply in debt and wanted to collect insurance money. Alabama attempted to execute Smith in 2022 by lethal injection. He was strapped to the gurney in the execution chamber being prepared for lethal injection, but the state called off the lethal injection when execution team members had difficulty connecting the second of two required IV lines to Smith's veins. Smith was strapped to the gurney for nearly 4 hours, according to his lawyers, as he waited to see if the execution would go forward. Are there legal challenges? The question of whether the execution can proceed will end up before the U.S. Supreme Court. And I'm assuming evidently it did. The 11th Circuit Court of Appeals heard arguments Friday in Smith's request to block the execution. After the court rules, either side could appeal. Smith has argued the state's proposed procedures violate the ban on cruel and unusual punishment. He has also argued that Alabama violated his due process rights by scheduling the execution when he has pending appeals that the face mask will interfere with his ability to pray. In a separate case, Smith is arguing it would violate the constitutional ban on cruel and unusual punishment for the state to make a second attempt to execute him after he already survived one execution attempt. Lawyers for Smith on Friday asked the U.S. Supreme Court to stay the execution to consider that question. And that was my question, right? Like, I thought if you were to be put to death and you somehow survived an attempted execution, that you basically got to walk free. But I guess I was wrong. Hey, Miss North. That seems to be unaliving by the thousands. Yeah, you could use that. UTD. That would work. What is potentially at stake? Lethal injection is the most commonly used execution method in the United States, but death penalty states have struggled at times to obtain the needed drugs or encountered other problems in connecting IV lines. If the Alabama execution goes forward, other states may seek to start using nitrogen gas. If the execution is blocked by the court or botched, it could halt or slow the pursuit of nitrogen gas as an alternative execution method. So let's see. I wanted to get his name again so we could look it up. Kenneth Eugene Smith. All right. Hold on. Okay. Kenneth Eugene Smith was the first person to be executed by nitrogen hypoxia in the U.S. He was convicted of the 1988 contract killing of Elizabeth Sennett in Alabama. So let's see how it went. January 25th of 2024, it took place in the U.S. state of Alabama by nitrogen hypoxia. It was the first execution in the world to use this particular method. On March 18th of 1988, Smith was convicted of the contract killing of Elizabeth Sennett in Colbert County, Alabama. Charles Sennett Sr., Elizabeth's husband, recruited Billy Gray Williams to commit the homicide of his wife. Williams, in turn, recruited Smith and John Forrest Parker to assist in the homicide. Smith and Parker carried out the homicide and stabbed Elizabeth Sennett to death at her home in Colbert County. A week after Elizabeth's homicide, Charles Sennett Sr. killed himself when he learned he was a suspect in the homicide. Billy Gray Williams was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole and died in prison in November of 2020. Smith and John Forrest Parker were both sentenced to death. Parker was executed via lethal injection in June 2010. In November of 2022, Smith was scheduled to be executed by lethal injection, but the execution was stayed after the execution team was unable to connect the IV lines to Smith in the time available before the expiration of the death warrant issued by the Alabama Supreme Court. As part of the settlement between the state and Smith, the state agreed not to pursue Smith's execution by lethal injection, the default primary method of execution in Alabama, which was Smith's method of execution since he didn't select a secondary execution method, electrocution or nitrogen hypoxia, and instead allowed him to choose nitrogen hypoxia, a novel method of execution at the time. After losing his final appeal to the Supreme Court of the United States, Smith was ultimately executed by nitrogen hypoxia on January 25th of 2024, becoming the first person to be executed by this method. I don't need to know about the crime. Okay. I want to know about the execution. So it says Smith ate his last meal, which was steak, hash browns, and eggs, 8 hours before he was put to death, and he received a final visit from his wife and sons. Smith's spiritual advisor, Reverend Jeff Hood, told the Associated Press Smith was at peace despite his fear of the risk of execution by nitrogen hypoxia and accepted his imminent fate. Smith was strapped to a gurney wearing a full face mask, and his last words were said to be, "Tonight, Alabama causes humanity to take a step backwards. Thank you for supporting me. Love all of you." The nitrogen gas was administered beginning at 7:57 p.m. Some witnesses commented that Smith looked as if he was unconscious for several minutes and thrashed violently on the gurney, breathing heavily for several minutes before his breathing was no longer visible. Smith appeared to lose consciousness at 8:02. It appeared death occurred when movement of Smith ceased at 8:08. The curtain to the witness room closed at 8:15, and he was pronounced dead at 8:25. So it took him 5 minutes to lose consciousness, and then 6 minutes to die. 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, he lost consciousness, and then in 6 minutes, he was dead. Interesting. It's crazy to sit there for so long on death row. It is. And other countries, they come for you anytime, the next day, the next year, not 30 years later, right? They all have rights. I have absolutely no pity for these people. We need to get some of these people held accountable. I agree. I lived in Melrose at the time of that homicide. Really? Did you, Brenda? Good gracious. I can't even speak today. That's interesting. Gracious. I don't know anything about it. Sounds horrible, though. All right. So now, let me grab my timestamp. We're going to go and do dramatic reading of Chad's letters from jail. And like they said, there would be a new one put on every Monday and Thursday. And we letter now. So we finished yesterday at letter 3. Now we've got 4, 5, and 6 to read. These are letters from Chad Daybell that he's sending his family. And they're putting them on this website. So letter number 3 reads, my previous letter concluded with Tammy and I moving with our children from Utah to Idaho in 2015. And I will continue from that point. We bought a home north of Rexburg in an area known as Salem. Our children were enrolled at either BYU. Oh, we read this one. Sorry. We're on number 4. This letter begins with a key event in my life that occurred in 1987. Early in my LDS mission to New Jersey, I was part of the first group of Spanish-speaking missionaries called to the North Drury Morristown mission. We would be sharing the gospel message in some rough urban areas where LDS missionaries had rarely ventured before. My mission began within 9 weeks of training in the Missionary Training Center in Provo, Utah, after which our group of 6 missionaries flew to New York International Airport. We soon met our mission leaders, Dan and Barbara Workman. We immediately felt their love and concern for us, which continued throughout my life. In quotation marks, thank you, Sister Workman, for your recent letter I received here in prison. Even now, you show such Christ-like support and care for your missionaries. I am grateful for you. The next morning, President Workman introduced me to my first companion, Elder Hansen, who would function as my, quote, trainer, unquote, during my first couple of months in New Jersey. All male LDS missionaries use the title of elder, while female missionaries go by sister. Elder Hansen was a confident Californian who spoke fluent Spanish. While I was a timid teenager from a small town in Utah, he was the right companion to help me cope with the culture shock that I proselytizing, Proselytizing, Chad Daybell. Hey, Mr. Speculating, did you enjoy your last day? That's good. Miss North said, Lordy, Lordy, this creeper is a weirdo. Okay, our proselytizing area was the industrial city of Patterson, and I soon learned the citizens weren't always friendly. As Elder Hansen and I walked through the city on the way to an appointment, I waved to a man sitting on a porch step. About 15 seconds later, a couple of apples came whizzing past our head. Then a block later, I waved to 2 young boys, and they both threw a glass bottle at me. I decided waving to people might not be the safest thing to do. Yeah, because you look like a creepy toad. I would have thrown some at you too. Continuing. What? I'm talking about Chad Daybell. He does look like a creepy toad, and I would have thrown something at him. To reach our appointment, we had to walk through one of the city's most dangerous areas. Ahead of us, a gang of teenagers was walking up the whole sidewalk. I was praying hard for protection, and somehow we made it around them with only a few snide comments. By the way, I didn't wave. An American in New York has culture shock. Old chud. He did. He was like, don't say that. And I was like, no, you don't understand. We finally reached our destination and knocked on the door several times, but no one answered. I suddenly felt exasperated and overwhelmed, and it must have shown on my face. Elder Hanson stuck his index finger in my chest, pushed me against the wall, and said, "Don't start having doubts, man. You know this is the true church and that Joseph Smith was a prophet. Are you going to let a bunch of losers on the street corner change your mind? I thought you were bigger than that." Then he started walking back to the street. I was humbled and humiliated, but I caught up with him. We didn't say a word to each other, but he had made a good point. An image of the Apostle Peter denying Jesus Christ came into my mind, and I suddenly felt very ashamed. When we reached our apartment, I went into our tiny bathroom and said a fervent prayer to Heavenly Father, apologizing for my weakness. Then I gave thanks for the prophet Joseph Smith, and suddenly my mind opened up. It felt like I was actually witnessing the first vision when Joseph, as a 14-year-old boy, saw and talked with Heavenly Father and Jesus Christ. I felt the Spirit of God burning within me, and I knew without a doubt this event had really happened. That day, I had experienced fear, exasperation, and even doubt. But then I received an outpouring of truth and comfort. We have a bold, powerful group of missionaries, and we accomplished much good in that area. Elder Hanson and I eventually became close friends, and after our missions, we stayed in touch. He later moved to Colorado, where he became a successful businessman, and he and his wife raised a beautiful family. Why did I share that experience with you? Because from that day on, I have been completely devoted to the LDS Church. I have served in many different callings, including being part of 4 different bishoprics. During that time, I was asked to assist with several church disciplinary councils that were held for members who wanted to clear up misdeeds in their lives. These meetings usually began with some awkward feelings, but I was amazed to watch loving church leaders turn meetings into positive spiritual experiences. Expressions of support would be given, tears would be shed, and the person would feel a sense of relief, like a great burden had been lifted. It was inspiring to watch a humble church leader help a person who felt desolate and alone regain hope and faith through the atonement of Jesus Christ. With that background, it is true I am currently excommunicated from the LDS Church. Sadly, I didn't receive an opportunity to have a compassionate church leader hear my side of the story. I would have happily welcomed a visit from my church leaders during my 4 years in the Fremont County Jail, but no one ever came. Instead, I learned I had been excommunicated through the mail, more than a month after the disciplinary council had taken place. See, that's one of my problems with that. Like, I think that somebody from the church should have went and visited him and told him that in person. I don't know. That's one of my issues. Mr. Speculating was excommunicated from the church as well because him and his first wife had a child out of wedlock. They ended up getting married, but like he had a child at the age of 18 as well, and they were very young, and they weren't married at the time when his first son was born. And it pisses me off, honestly, because it's like when somebody needs the most help, you throw them out? Really? And excommunicate them? You know what I mean? Why does this title sound like it should be The Diary of Someone from Little House on the Prairie? Good point. Oh, Lord. Yeah, that's what pisses me off about it. Like, when somebody needs the most help of all, then you excommunicate them and don't offer any help whatsoever. Like, I can't. At the jail, the deputies would put any mail addressed to me in a big manila envelope, which was held until my attorney's next visit. He and I would then sort through the mail together. When he visited me in September of 2020, we emptied the manila envelope, and among the letters were 2 envelopes from my LDS Church state president, my local leader. I had a good relationship with him over the years, and I initially expected these envelopes to contain letters of kindness, support, and encouragement. However, I opened the first envelope and read a printed letter from informing me a disciplinary council would be held regarding my church membership. It felt like an arrow had pierced my heart. I took a deep breath and opened the second envelope. The letter said the council had been held and I had been excommunicated for apostasy. The letter stated I had 30 days to appeal the decision, but by that time, the deadline had already passed, since the jail had been holding my mail. I've still never found out what evidence was presented in the disciplinary council or testified against me. The church scriptures, known as the Doctrine and Covenants, explains excommunication procedures in depth. Section 102, verse 18 reads, "In all cases, the accuser and the accused shall have a privilege of speaking for themselves before the council." That obviously didn't happen in my situation. I would love to know what transpired in that meeting, but the church has resisted my efforts to obtain the records. I readily admit I have many flaws and weaknesses that I'm striving to overcome, but I am not guilty of the great sins attributed to me. The thought of associating with apostate groups or teaching false doctrine is absurd to me. Please, at least, let me know what specific doctrines I was supposedly teaching. Who were my accusers? When and where did I say these things? So for these reasons, I still consider myself an active member of the LDS Church. My excommunication process didn't follow scriptural guidelines, and apparently no effort was made to verify I had received the notification letters. At the very least, I deserved a chance to talk to a church leader in person and answer any accusations of misconduct. I mean, I agree with that, actually. Like, I think you should be able to talk to church leaders and things like that. That's why I don't do that. It's more like a club. Like, oh, we like you, so you can be a member of our club, but make sure you got that 10% of your check every week for the tithings. Tithings. I can't do it. The shunning and excommunication is the fear factor to control everyone. Let me get a boom, 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 bam. Exactly. Most things said, "Thanks, Nightbot." Abella said, "I loathe these church people who act so precious, holy, and special when they're the worst human beings ever." Again. Boom, 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 bam. Yep. Yep. If the church kicks you out when you are most in need, they aren't worshiping the same God as you. Again. Boom, 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 bam. I agree. Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses are pretty harsh. They are. They absolutely are. Miss North, exactly. To me, that's the purpose of religions. Don't mean to offend anyone. It's just my opinion. No, you're good to share your opinion as well. Exactly. To me, not meaning to offend, but they're cults. I agree. Some of them really are. Crispy Treat, good to see you. That's why we have church in my house by, our family every Sunday. We talk about God and the stories of the Bible and things like that, because God said that you could get saved in your closet by yourself. I don't need somebody to talk to God for me. I can do that myself. Thank you. I don't do going to church. It's a cult. It's a bunch of people that talk shit about you. People that will judge you on Sunday and go to the strip club on Monday. I don't. Absolutely not. Continuing, I have never felt a decrease in my priesthood power or a loss of the influence of the Holy Ghost. I have actually felt an increase in those areas, which has been a great comfort and blessing as I deal with my current circumstances. I fully support the LDS Church First Presidency and the Quorum of the 12 Apostles. I follow their teachings, and I'm working out my own salvation through the power of grace and the atonement of Jesus Christ, my Savior. In conclusion, let me return to Elder Hensman, my first missionary companion. When he heard the news that Tammy had passed away, he canceled his busy schedule and rushed from Colorado to Springville in time for her viewing and funeral. When I saw him walk into the viewing room, my heart filled with gratitude and appreciation for this great man. As he came through the viewing line, we embraced, and I knew one of my true brothers in Christ was there to support me. We took a few moments to catch up, and he humbly told me he was serving as a LDS stake president. I wish he had been mine. Bookshelf. I've had a lot of heroes in my life, often from the world of sports. I've always been a fan of BYU's basketball and football teams, and I was in my early teens when the Cougars were really hitting their stride. Danny Ainge led the basketball team to the NCAA Elite Eight, and the quarterback factory kept churning out superstars such as Jim McMahon and Steve Young, who would both lead NFL teams to Super Bowl victories. But my ultimate hero is Joseph Smith, after Jesus, of course. When Joseph was an obscure teenage farm boy, an angel appeared to him and told him his name would be known for good and evil among all nations. Persecution intensified against him and his family, and it never let up the rest of his life. I mean, I think that was because of the whole polygamy thing, but, who am I over here just, running a YouTube channel? That's my thought as well. If you believe in God or the highest or a higher power and have a moral compass you live by, you should be good with everything. Yep. Another. Boom, 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 bop, bam. And another one. Yes, ma'am. I believe there is a higher being. What or who that is, I have no idea. Chad is so corny. I mean, I can't imagine him being some stud muffin because he never was. I mean, when I hear Chad, this is what comes to mind.
So y'all need to hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband.
Because that man is a toad. I'm a moderator for Lori Daybell's son, Colby. He's such a lovely man and has a beautiful family. It's absolutely amazing. I've seen him on here, and I often worry about him. I think I saw where he was, had went to the hospital or something to that effect. And I was greatly concerned. I do think he's a wonderful person from what I've seen. I've not seen a lot of his stuff, admittedly, but from what I've seen, I think he's a good person. Yeah, Chud Muffin, more like it. These churches, such as Mormon and Jehovah's Witness, are cults, and they rely on men to lead and not God. Again, boom, 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 bop, bam. In my opinion, of course. It's easy to prove. It's easy to say God spoke to me. Prove it, Chad. I would say prove it, Joseph Smith. Chad is a dork and literally did anything he could to get with the cheerleader. I agree. Yeah, he was really sick. He's doing a lot better. His channel is Colby J. Ryan. Thank you for that. All right. Prosecution intensified against him and his family, and it never let up the rest of his life. Supposed friends repeatedly betrayed him, and he endured dozens of arrests on false charges, spending many months in dark, damp, squalid jails. Yet he somehow maintained a positive attitude and accomplished incredible feats. He translated the Book of Mormon from ancient records and founded the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. He revealed many profound eternal truths and designed new cities, yet made time to raise a good family and care for his church members. Yeah, and took several wives. which has been explained to me that, like, okay, that time, from what I've been told, during that time period, the Civil War was going on, and a lot of men had to go fight in the war and they died. And so back then, it was hard. Like if your husband left and died, you basically you and your family and you as a woman were screwed. You would die. Your whole family would die. You would die. You couldn't go work. You couldn't support yourself. So so he took multiple wives basically to try to help support them and provide for them and make sure that the women and families didn't die. I think that you could support people without taking them as wives. You know what I mean? Right. You were left to be a prostitute. And even if we did it back then, okay, but why is it still going on now? You know what I mean? Yeah, to provide for the women and children. But did they have to be your wife? Did you have to take them as wives? And even if you did during Civil War times, we're not doing that now. So why is it still going on? And then they're getting younger and younger and younger. Fucking Warren Jeffs had 9, 10, 11, 12-year-old spirit wives, he so eloquently put. And when you feel like as a whole entire community that man is your voice between God and you, and the only way to get to heaven, you give him the ultimate control over a whole entire, like that's all you've known. It's a whole city. You've never known anything else outside the walls. I just can't. I can't. All right. Continuing. Sadly, his persecutors finally succeeded in their goal when Joseph was brutally murdered at age 38 by an angry mob that stormed the jail in Carthage, Illinois. The church has published a 4-volume history titled Saints, and the first volume covers the life of Joseph Smith. The book reads like a novel, but it's all true. I'm going to go with as far as it being true. Let me find something. I'm going to go with a no. I'm going to go with a...
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah, it's not true, in my opinion, allegedly. By the way, Chad didn't have any authority in the church. He just made himself a prophet, basically. I believe that. Girl, I don't know why it's still going around. It's really nothing but a dark road to go down. I agree. Latin? What language was it in? Wait, gonna ask Google. I think it was Latin originally. Oh, you're talking about Joseph Smith's book? If it ever existed. Let's see. Mr. Speculating can tell me a lot about it because he was Mormon until they excommunicated him at 18. It says the Book of Mormon was originally written in Reformed Egyptian, which is a modified version of the ancient Egyptian script. The text also contains complex Hebrew-like constructions that were later removed due to their non-English character. Additionally, the language exhibits features typical of a translation from an ancient Near Eastern text, reflecting the influences of King James English and other historical languages. Okay. Musical notes. When I was an LDS missionary in the late 1980s, we weren't allowed to own electronics, especially radios. According to the missionary handbook, popular music could potentially drive away the spirit. That might be true, but in the big cities of northern New Jersey, missionaries didn't need a radio. We were literally surrounded by every type of music. As we walked along the main boulevards, the traffic would cruise past us at a decent speed. But it felt like we were listening to one continuous radio broadcast because every vehicle was blasting the same station. Over and over, we heard, quote, broadcasting from the top of the Empire State Building, "You're listening to Z100. Sometimes it seemed like Z100 had captured 100% of the listening audience. About 2 weeks after I arrived in New Jersey, and shortly after my humbling experience described in the letter, Elder Hansen and I were invited to attend a wedding. It was for a couple that Elder Hansen had known earlier in his mission and would take place in Jersey City. President Workman granted us permission to attend as long as church members gave us a ride to and from the wedding. I was excited because I hadn't yet been able to see the Manhattan skyline up close. Elder Hansen said we would be a few blocks from the Hudson River with a nice view of the Twin Towers. Oh, we had to throw in the Twin Towers, didn't we? Elder Hansen had arranged for a young couple from the Jersey City ward to pick us up outside our Patterson apartment. My eyes nearly popped out of my head as a very fancy sports car pulled to a stop in front of us. Elder Hansen smiled at me and said, "Climb on in." We were both tall, so it was a tight squeeze for us in the small back seat. But we were soon zooming down the freeway, and I was eagerly soaking in the sights. I enjoyed seeing Giant Stadium for the first time, and I listened in as Elder Hansen chatted with the man who was driving. Then, as we got closer to Jersey City, the woman in the passenger seat said, "Sorry to interrupt, but I love this song." She turned up the volume on the car's excellent sound system, and I recognized the voice of Whitney Houston, who had dominated the airwaves through 1986 and 87. But this song was new to me after having been sequestered in the missionary training center throughout the summer. The woman began dancing happily in her seat and started singing along animatedly. It was quite a show. Then, when she reached the chorus, a lasting memory was imprinted in my brain. Quote, "I get so emotional, baby, every time I think of you. I get so emotional, baby. Ain't it shocking what love can do?" At that moment, I caught a good glimpse of the top of the Manhattan skyscrapers, including the Empire State Building. Suddenly, I was the one getting, quote, "so emotional." It was the equivalent of a spiritual experience as we entered Jersey City, where I would be transferred a couple of months later on. In this city, I would later meet amazing people and witness literal healing miracles. But in that instant, I just basked in the wonderful realization that it was possible to have fun, joyful experiences on a mission and throughout our lives. So whether you like the song or not, I consider Whitney Houston's, quote, "so emotional," unquote, to be a sacred hymn. I don't expect it to be included in the new LDS hymn book, but it would certainly add some life to our sacrament meetings. By the way, if you happen to cross paths with some LDS missionaries, please give them a smile and a wave. It might be just what they need. You'll make their day. Excuse me while I vomit a little bit in my mouth. He is a dork. His books were absolutely ridiculous. I haven't ever read them. He supposedly was able to tell how light or dark your child's souls were. Yeah, that shit's crazy to me. And that's how this shit started. Like, you say that you're not involved in everything that happened, but yet you were doing shit like that. I'm going to need you to take 15 seats. Letter 5. I'm eager to explain the events of 2019 to you, but it is very important that I first build a solid foundation of facts. Once these facts and my religious beliefs are properly explained, the events of 2019 will finally make sense. During my court trial, I was bothered at how simple, well-known beliefs were twisted by the state into sinister, frightening ideas that the state repurposed, claiming these ideas were the catalyst for terrible crimes that I did not commit. Time after time, it was the state who defined what my religious beliefs are, not the witnesses on the stand. As I read through the trial transcript, it is even more obvious on paper. The state repeatedly made inaccurate statements in the form of questions, and the witnesses would get into a rhythm of saying yes or correct many times in a row without hesitation. The result was a distortion of my beliefs and I think an incomplete picture or half story of what the witnesses actually heard or saw. And unfortunately, my lawyer failed to fill in those blanks on cross examination. So I feel it best to begin by sharing with you my near death experiences, which have had very significant impacts on my life. There have been 4 times in my life when I've actually died and my spirit has gone into another realm before returning to my body. The LDS Church teaches that a human being consists of 2 parts, a spirit body and a physical body. The spirit body resides inside the physical body and gives it life. When we die, the spirit and the body separate from each other. The spirit continues to live and goes into the spirit world while the body ceases to function. For example, picture your spirit as your hand and your body. Picture your spirit as your hand and your body as a glove. The glove is just covering it, and it can't move without your hand inside it. A near-death experience, or NDE, is like when the hand is briefly removed from the glove and then put back inside. NDEs can be found in historical records dating back thousands of years among all races, nations, and religions. They have been part of LDS lore since the church was founded, and NDEs were regularly printed in the church's newspapers and magazines. Many NDEs indicate, as LDS doctrine confirms, that before we were born, we lived as part of a heavenly family. We were eager for the chance to come to earth and receive a physical body. We understood it would be a challenging experience, but that our time on earth would help us grow emotionally and spiritually. And we all helped write our own life plan or blueprint for what we would accomplish during our lives, who we would interact with, and when our life would end. Most NDEs occur when someone dies, but it isn't their time to go. They are sent back to their body to complete their life mission. My first near-death experience was rather short, but it had a profound effect on me. It was August of 1985, and I had just turned 17. I was at Flaming Gorge Reservoir in northern Utah as part of a church youth group that included several of my friends. We had started the day by leaping into the reservoir from cliff ledges along the lake shore that were about 20 feet high. That was fun, but then we noticed a 60-foot high cliff and jetted out over the water. It looked like a natural diving board. We saw someone jump off it, and soon we were scrambling up the hillside to reach it. Once we got up there and saw how high it truly was, we were intimidated, but we were also stupid teenagers. My friends convinced me I should jump first. I shook off my nervousness and gazed down at the water below me. Finally, I pushed off with my right foot and began my descent. I remember thinking, this is taking a really long time. When I eventually hit the water, it felt like I had slammed into concrete. A shock went through my entire body, and I saw a flash of white light. I felt an audible pop at the base of my skull and thought, oh no, I broke my neck. I also wondered if I'd cut open my forehead because there was a brief searing pain above my eyes. I quickly realized something even more alarming had happened. My spirit was partly out of my body. The best way to describe it is that my physical body went deeper into the water than my spirit did. This caused my spirit to pop out through my head. But with my spirit's knees stuck in my skull. In other words, for some reason, it didn't make it all the way out of my body. It was more like 3/4 of the way out. During those few moments, I was in another dimension. I saw endless white plain in all directions, and I heard a deep, rich melody that sounded like a synthesizer. As I pondered the music later, it was very similar to a song called 1984 that opens Van Halen's 1984 album. The song is an instrumental that is just over a minute long, and it definitely has the same uplifting, rich, heavenly sound that I heard while out of my body. I noticed the pain was gone that I had initially experienced. There was a soothing warmth surrounding me, and I saw little pellets of light and energy rushing towards me from all directions. These pellets were absorbed by my spirit, and I felt wonderful, even euphoric, and at complete peace. However, my physical body soon started to float towards the surface. My spirit quickly reversed course and through my head was sucked back into place. I instantly felt chilled and somewhat paralyzed. It must have taken a while getting to the surface because one of my friends who had been standing on the shore had jumped into the water to rescue me. He grabbed a hold of me, towed me to the water's edge, and all I said to him was, quote, "Something snapped when I hit the surface. I'm done for the day." After I returned home from Fleming George, my entire body was sore for a week. I felt off kilter, like my body and spirit were disjointed. Sometimes my right eye would go blind, but if I hit the side of my head with my palm, I could see again. On the other hand, I was spiritually changed. I'd glimpsed another dimension and it had felt like home. I still lived a normal life, graduating from Springville High School and then completing my freshman year at BYU Provo. Then, during my LDS mission, certain spiritual gifts increased. I was better able to receive promptings and impressions that helped keep me out of danger. As I mentioned earlier, I have died 4 times. I will describe the second incident in the next letter. It happened while I was on vacation with my family in San Diego, California. I was struck by a large wave at La Jolla Cove and was not completely knocked out of my body this time. I really needed to stay out of the water. Lord have mercy. Yeah. It is though. I mean, when you die, your pineal gland releases DMT, okay? And that DMT is going to make your mind see whatever it is that you think the afterlife is supposed to be, in my opinion. So these near-death experiences that people have, I think, are that DMT being released by your pineal gland and you see whatever your mind thinks is supposed to come next. In my opinion. Yeah, it's called LSD, right? He had a minor accident in the water, right? She said, "Oh yeah, none of this happened, by the way. His brothers that were on this trip said it didn't happen at all." Imagine that. Imagine that. I've heard a lot of time, a lot of these things, or a lot of people have said that a lot of this shit didn't happen that are in these letters. Especially when he talks about Tammy. All right, bookshelf. Let me get a sip of my coffee. In the 1970s, several scientists and researchers began to study modern-day reports of near-death experiences, or NDEs. Dr. Raymond Moody's book, Life After Life, compiled several of these accounts and brought NDEs to the attention of the general public. Around the same time, Dr. George Ritchie wrote a fascinating first-person account of his death, his journey into another realm, and then his return to his body. The book is Return from Tomorrow and has sold millions of copies worldwide. These books and others like them have helped people believe in an afterlife where we will reunite with our deceased family members, friends, and even pets. I recently became aware of an NDE that happened to Jeremy Renner, the famous actor who plays the character Hawkeye in the Marvel Avengers movies. As you likely know, Renner was involved in a devastating accident on New Year's Day in 2023 when he attempted to stop a snowplow from hitting his nephew. Renner suffered severe injuries with more than 30 broken bones. His recovery took many months, including having to learn how to walk again. He has written a book titled My Next Breath about his ordeal. Renner has also shared his story on an episode of Kelly Ripa's Let's Talk podcast. He explained to her that during his accident, he felt his spirit leave his body. He said, "It's a wonderful, wonderful relief to be removed from your body. It's the most exhilarating peace you could ever feel." He added, "It's the highest adrenaline rush, but the peace that comes with it's magnificent. It's so magical." Renner didn't really want to return to his body, and he was actually a bit angry about it. He saw his damaged legs and thought, "Yeah, that's going to hurt later." Renner was only in the afterlife for a few minutes, but the experience was a great confirmation to him about what is really important in life. He says the experience taught him to repel things he had given so much value to before, and that he now sees as having zero value. He said he now invests his energy into love and his relationship with others. These books I've mentioned, as well as movies such as Ghost, the sixth sense, have helped to make your near-death experiences and the reality of an afterlife an accepted part of American culture. Oh, Chad Daybell is going to teach me about American culture over here. You see that? Hawkeye from MASH. Yeah. The best interview ever is with his sister-in-law on Hidden True Crime. It's so good. She spills all the tea. It's a two-part thing. I'll have to check it out. Miss North said, so not into the tripping thing at this point through dying. Been there twice, not going back anytime soon if I can help it. It does change you a lot, though, and it certainly expands your mind. I agree, and I'm sorry if you have had near-death experiences. Well, I have died and saw nothing no blue light, no anything, which is troubling. I'm sorry, love, and I'm sorry that happened to you. I was excommunicated, leaving my husband when he drank and cheated. I got a letter. I was raised in RLDS that reorganized Latter-day Saints. I'm sorry, Brenda. That's what I don't like about that. They make it hard to leave, even when you're being abused. Musical notes. All major religions believe in a divine being, a higher power, or a heavenly father. The LDS Church takes the concept to the next level by teaching that we are all part of an eternal family, and we are the literal spirit children of heavenly parents. I hope that idea is comforting to you. We have a set of loving parents which watch over us, cheering us on and assisting us during our earthly journey. There are times when we feel alone, of course, but be assured our heavenly family members are always nearby. The LDS doctrine of a heavenly mother was first taught by the prophet Joseph Smith, a woman named Zena D. Young, who would later serve as the LDS Church General Relief Society president, was deeply saddened by the death of her mother. Zena spoke to Joseph about her intense grief and asked him, quote, will I know my mother as my mother when I get over to the other side? Joseph responded, certainly you will. More than that, you will meet and become acquainted with your eternal mother, the wife of your Father in heaven. Among the people that Joseph taught this doctrine to was Eliza Snow. She was well known for her poetry. She had published many poems prior to her baptism into the church in 1835, and she wrote more throughout her life. Eliza wrote a poem about this topic of heavenly parents in 1845 titled My Father in Heaven. The poem was soon transformed into a hymn, Oh My Father, and was included in the 1851 LDS hymn book. In 1855, the Desert News reported it was Brigham Young's favorite hymn. The hymn has been sung by LDS congregations ever since, but the powerful lyrics are often taken for granted. They cover the entire LDS plan of salvation, such as our premortal spirit life, the veil of forgetfulness when we come to earth, the purpose of life, and the return after death of our loving heavenly parents. There's the hymn's 4 verses. O Father, thou that dwellest in the high and glorious place, when I shall regain thy presence, and again behold thy face. In thy holy habitation did my spirit once reside. In my first primeval childhood was I nurtured near thy side. For wise and glorious purpose thou hast placed me here on earth, and withheld the recollection of my former friends and birth. Yet oftentimes a secret something whispered, you're a stranger here, and I felt that I had wandered from a more exalted sphere. I had learned to call thee Father through thy spirit from on high, but until the key knowledge was restored, I knew not why. In the heavens, our parents single, no, the thought makes reason stare. Truth is reason, truth eternal tells me I've a mother there. When I leave this frail existence, when I lay this mortal by, Father, Mother, may I meet you in your royal courts on high. Then at length, when I've completed all you've set forth me to do, with your mutual approbation, let me come and dwell with you. In a truly tender poem expressing the loving we feel to be embraced again by our heavenly parents. It is a truly tender, okay, let me start that over. It is a truly tender poem expressing the longing we feel to be embraced again by our heavenly parents. I hope we can follow their example. We are here on earth to build each other up, help each other along, and be a positive influence regardless of our current earthly situation. Money, fame, and power doesn't matter. Charity, love, and kindness are the keys to joy and happiness in the world to come. Sorry about that. I keep botching it. Had to turn on my little pilot. Gracious in the morning. Anyone else think there are possibly hidden messages in these? I hadn't thought about that, but yeah, it's a possibility. Hold on, I'm stepping right here to put water in my diffuser. Can't read this without diffusing something to calm myself down. This is just a bit much. I mean, I think that we should all be kind, and there's some positive messages in here, as there would be from anybody, you know what I mean? But like, considering what he did, I just can't. I think without his books talking about some of the things that he talked about, I don't know if Lori would have done what she did. I think she definitely would have killed Charles because that was for money for the insurance policy, but her own children, I don't know. It's a problem because it's such a cult, in my opinion. He wrote them from his cell. Yep. Yeah, these are his letters that he wrote from his cell, Miss North, and his family's putting it out. We don't believe in you, Chad. That's a fact. There's no church on earth that believes in harming women and children, and no one is cheering you on. You know what?
Boom, 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 bam, bam.
Exactly. Exactly. Your heavenly family members or not, and shame on his daughter for forgetting all about her wonderful mother. Again, yep.
Boom, 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 bam.
I was wondering how his daughter was putting these letters out knowing that they're not true. You know what I mean? Like, you just left your mother in the dust. He's not a prophet, he's a fraud. You don't think you traveled while in a coma. I was out for 6 days and I felt like I had traversed the abyss, literally. The first time was different, but the second time was crazy. Wow, that's interesting, Miss North. Yeah, brainwashing, exactly. No, she said, and some people don't remember anything when things like that happen. All right, last letter for now. Hold on. Okay. Letter number 6. My second near-death experience happened in the summer of 1993. 8 years had passed since I jumped off the cliff at Flaming Gorge Reservoir. I was now nearly 25 years old. Tammy and I had moved to Ogden the previous year when I was hired as a copy editor for the Standard Examiner newspaper, and now we had a 1-year-old son. Ogden is about a 90-minute drive from Springville, so we felt we were on our own, but still close enough to visit our families regularly. I really enjoyed my new job. I had been the city editor during my senior year for BYU's Daily Universe newspaper, but going to the Standard Examiner was a major step up. The company was a full-scale operation with a bustling newsroom and dozens of employees, and I was right on the front lines in producing the newspaper each day. This was an exciting time when computer typesetting programs were being introduced. But when I first started working there, we still actually cut and pasted the newspaper together. On the copy desk, we would design the pages, edit the stories, write the headlines, then send the articles to the production room. If an article ended up being too long for the page, I would be called to the production room to decide which part of the story to cut out. Then, with an X-Acto knife, we would literally cut the text to fit and paste it onto the page board. There was a lot of stress as the daily deadline approached. with people running everywhere and shouting at each other as we all tried to do 3 things at once. I would be editing a last-minute article on my computer, but listening for someone to shout, "Chad, get back here and cut this story," or "That headline isn't long enough, rewrite it." So the job was invigorating, and I was getting hands-on crash course in writing, editing, and publishing. The 8-hour shifts went quickly because we rarely had time for a break. Since I had an interest in sports, I became the main copy editor for the sports section, and I thrived in the excitement each weekend as we scrambled to get in all of the high school and college stories and scores before the deadline. On those nights, I usually designed each page and wrote every headline in the section. It was high pressure at times, but rewarding when we put together a great section. His daughter believes in all of this. 4 times he died, and nobody else has any recollection of this happening. Not his brothers, nothing, nobody. I'm a person that always feels a lot of empathy for the perpetrators' families, and I don't feel very much empathy for his children because they just seem to be fine with all of this. I agree. They think he was set up. That's insane to me. But you got to think about how, I mean, just even talking about this religion in general, if they believe he's a prophet, they're going to believe anything he said. Continuing, I got along well with my colleagues, and I expected to steadily work my way up the corporate ladder and remain with the newspaper for several years. Tammy had made some good friends in Ogden, and we enjoyed exploring northern Utah together. I was focused on my career and my young family. Then my parents invited us to join them on a vacation to San Diego, California. I had spent my first 2 years of life there while my father was serving in the U.S. Navy, and the area had remained a special place for our family. One spot we liked to visit was Layala Cove, where we'd play on the beach and look for seashells. When we arrived on this particular day, it was low tide and a jagged rock outcropping had been exposed. I climbed out onto the outcropping looking for shells that might have gotten trapped among the rocks. The ocean had been calm, but I suddenly looked up to see a towering wave bearing down on me. I had no way to avoid it. For a moment, I considered trying to ride the wave to the beach, but I knew I would surely be sliced apart by the jagged rocks. Over the roar of the approaching wave, I heard an audible voice shout in my ear, "Get down and cling to that rock!" I grabbed a hold of a nearby 2-foot wide boulder just as the monstrous wave crashed down on me. The force was incredible, and it took all of my strength not to get ripped away by the water. Then my surroundings instantly changed, and I found myself out of my body inside a tunnel of light. It wasn't a bright white light, but more like a yellow heat lamp. It felt like I was wrapped in a warm blanket, and I felt extremely happy. I saw 2 men in robes standing about 10 feet from me in the tunnel, and I instinctively knew them. One was my grandpa, Keith Daybell, and the other was my great-great-grandpa, Finity Daybell. They had died before I was born, but it was like reuniting with old friends. I levitated up the tunnel to where they were, and the tunnel opened up into a room. They smiled at me, but they seemed to be in a hurry. Keith began speaking to me and gesturing with his hands. He mentioned my 5 children and the roles they would play in the future. It was a strange conversation, since Tammy and I only had 1 child at the time. Keith also explained the task I needed to accomplish in my life. As he talked, I saw snippets of future events on a set of screens in front of me. The rush of images was almost overwhelming. It felt like they were being downloaded into my mind. Keith asked me if I would be willing to fulfill the assignments he had outlined, and I agreed to do so. Finity didn't speak because he was keeping an eye on my body, which was now tumbling among the rocks. I could also see my body, but I had lost all interest in it. I was too busy enjoying this family reunion. Then I saw Finity give a nod to Keith, who made a motion with his hand, and I was suddenly back in my body, which was washed closer to the beach. I felt wrapped in a soft protective cushion as another wave propelled over the rocks and onto the beach. I credit this cushion for helping me escape additional serious injuries. Then the pain hit me. I looked at my hands and saw my fingertips were shredded from being ripped away from the rock. The left side of my back had large bloody gashes, and I had a deep cut in my chin. My family helped me get to the car and took me to the hospital to be examined. I didn't have any broken bones, but I got a lot of stitches. This brief adventure out of my body felt like an urgent business meeting where Grandpa Keith poured information into me, while Finity allowed the meeting to go on just long enough before I would have drowned. It seemed like there should have been an easier way, but I guess they seized the opportunity. I was pretty banged up, so Tammy and I decided to end our trip at that point and head home. On the drive back to Ogden, I told her about what happened with Keith and Finity. She was very intrigued and started asking many questions. As she did so, the snippet pertaining to each question would play in my mind. I told her about the 5 kids, and she was happy about that. She asked when they would be born, and I explained I hadn't been given any dates, but I'd seen we would have 3 kids in Ogden before moving back to Springfield. So we estimated we had at least a few more years living in Ogden. Whew. In my opinion, his kids were gaslighted by him using religious manipulation all their lives. Him talking about Tammy, in my opinion, was because she wasn't believing his extreme views. I think so too. I think kids and the whole entire community is gaslit into religious manipulation in that area, in that community, in my opinion. Yeah, the Book of Mormon was Joseph Smith as far as I know, Brenda. His crimes are heinous, so if they still support him regardless of right and wrong, then what can you do? Yeah. Tammy was seeing him for what he was, a fraud. Exactly. And so he killed her. I think he poisoned her after listening to you guys talk about it and reading the symptoms. I think he absolutely did. Once we returned home, most of the snippets were taken from my mind, and even now I only have access to them on a need-to-know basis. Tammy and I wished we could talk more about it on the trip home and found out more, but we would have one answer soon enough. Little did we know during our trip that Tammy was already pregnant with our second child, and the third one would quickly follow. I had seen enough in the spirit world snippets to raise my curiosity about one future job option, but it seemed highly unlikely to happen anytime soon. During my sophomore and junior years at BYU, I had a part-time job at the Springville Evergreen Cemetery. During the school year, I would attend classes in the morning and would work there in the afternoons. Then I would work full-time in the summer. Over time, all of my brothers also worked there, so it became a family tradition in a way. The cemetery sexton was Denny Pickering, and he supervised all of the cemetery operations. These tasks included sprinkler repair, lawn maintenance, digging and filling graves, coordinating with mortuaries and headstone companies, and helping family purchase burial plots. I became Denny's assistant and took care of these matters when he went on vacation. In the summer, there was a 5-person crew to help maintain the cemetery, but in the winter, it was just the 2 of us, and I shoveled a lot of snow. Isn't it weird that he worked in the cemetery? I mean, it's a job, and everybody has to do it. You know, somebody has to do it, right? But I mean, just the fact that he worked in the cemetery digging graves and things like that makes him more creepy. I mean, that tells me a lot. You know what I mean? Yeah, Lori did probably help. About 2 years after my Lajala Cove experience, and soon after our third child was born, my brother called to tell me Denny had announced his retirement. The city was looking for his replacement, and my brother thought I might be interested in applying for the job, since I had knowledge and experience other candidates might not have. This would definitely be an unusual career change, but Tammy and I felt it was the right time to make a move. I interviewed for the position and was hired the next week. When things fell into place so quickly, we knew it was the right decision. So with our growing family, we moved back to Springfield in late 1995. Bookshelf. The late 1980s and through the 1990s were a unique time when truths about the spirit world were being revealed from seemingly every direction. The Berlin Wall came down, and the rapid changes in the Soviet Union brought feelings of hope and peace as we headed toward the new millennium. A spiritual awakening emerged across the world as these life-changing events unfolded. Angels were a major topic of conversation on daily talk shows, and TV programs such as Touched by an Angel were very popular. Hold on just a minute. Really? That's interesting, Kim. My grandfather was a gravedigger. Interesting. Meanwhile, dozens of books about angels and visits from the other side filled the nation's bestseller list. Many of these books were written by the LDS church members who either shared their own personal experiences or who compiled the experiences of others. Here are some of the more notable spiritual books written by LDS authors during that time. Embraced by the Light by Betty Eady. I Stand All Amazed by Elaine Durham. The Message by Lance Richardson. I Saw Heaven by Lawrence Tooley. Beyond the Veil series by Lee Nelson. Coming from the Light by Sarah Hines. Echoes of Eternity by Arvin Gibson. The Life Before by Brent L. Top. After my second near-death experience, I devoured these books and many others like them. I felt I had discovered a group of people who could relate to what I'd been through. Each one of these books is excellent, covering heavenly topics from different angles, but with the same general theme of a vast world beyond this one. I later had the privilege of getting to know and work on books with Lee Nelson and Sarah Hines. They are among the best people I've associated with. Lee is a good-hearted, down-to-earth cowboy, and Sarah is a sweet, kind, thoughtful person. She's a true angel herself. Musical notes. Suddenly, after 3 years at the Standard Examiner, I was Springfield's cemetery sexton at age 27. Although I had been anticipating a transition back to my hometown after the birth of our third child, I was surprised at which job had opened up. I had been looking at jobs in Utah County related to my communications journalism degree. I had actually been offered a position on the Provo Daily Herald staff a couple of months earlier, but it didn't feel right, and I turned it down. The cemetery job had been in the back of my mind, but I figured Denny Pickering wasn't going to retire anytime soon. Denny stayed on the job during my first 2 weeks to overlap a bit and answer any questions I might have. Excuse me. It was great to reconnect with him. My brothers and I always regarded him with great respect, but also as a wise guru, because he would share various sayings and phrases about life that were equally puzzling and profound. He would often tell us, quote, "Enjoy," unquote. That's it. No elaboration or explanation. If we asked, "Enjoy what?" he would simply repeat, "Enjoy," and I would walk away. I finally decided Danny meant for us to enjoy each moment and appreciate life. So I pass on that message to you. Enjoy. You know what? He was probably saying enjoy this shitty job of digging graves and all the people and headache that comes with everything. Okay, thank you, Hannah. We'll probably talk about it tomorrow. Do you know it costs like $10,000 to be buried at the temple in Salt Lake City? What a racket that is. That's insane to me. $10,000 to bury somebody at the temple. Wow. After Denny's final 2 weeks, I was on my own. I tried not to feel overwhelmed at first. The Springfield Evergreen Cemetery is very large with thousands of headstones. People sometimes think sexton job is easy, but as I described in the letter, there are many responsibilities tied to that position. But I quickly adapted and enjoyed the sunshine and fresh air after sitting at a desk staring at a computer screen for 3 years. The biggest change for me was being much more aware of the otherworldly nature of the profession. When I had worked at the cemetery during college, I hadn't had my La Jolla Cove near-death experience yet. Any spirit world interactions at the cemetery had been rare before, but now I could feel there were plenty of, quote, friends, unquote, hanging out in the cemetery. When I was alone in the cemetery building, I often supervised visitors from the great beyond joining me. Oh, wow, really? On bad weather days, I would work in my office to catch up on my record keeping, and invariably, I'd soon notice the hair on the back of my neck standing on end. It was as if someone was leaning over my shoulder, reading what I had written. I know these ghostly friends didn't mean any harm, and I would smile when I'd return from my lunch break and find my pen had been moved across the desk from where I'd left it. Sometimes I would arrive in the morning and see that my day planner was already turned to the correct day. That must have taken a lot of effort. I generally sensed 5 male spirits hanging around me. I understood that they had lived in Springfield many years earlier and had been friends during their mortal lives. They considered themselves the guardians of the cemetery, and I appreciated their help. But there were days when I just had to say, quote, guys, get out of here. I'm trying to get some work done. And they would oblige. A few years ago, Rick Astley released a gospel album titled 50. Yes, the Together Forever singer from the 1980s, who is now well known for the Rick Roll internet phenomenon. The album is fun and joyful, especially the song Angels on My Side. Rick sings, I got angels, you got angels, everybody got their angels on their sides. Everything's going to be all right. I dedicate the song to my cemetery friends from 30 years ago who watched over me, and also to my current friends who I sense are helping and protecting me now. Yes, Rick, everything's going to be all right. Ugh. Blech. So that's it for now. We got through it. Oh my God, Lori. Jesus, I'm so sorry. Oh God, I'm praying right now. Lord God, please heal her. Oh God, I'm so sorry, Lori. I am so sorry. It's going to be okay though. You're going to be okay. It's going to be okay. You're going to get through it. You'll be okay. I'm praying for you. And I know everybody else here will be praying for you too. I'm so sorry, honey. Yeah. Southern said, Lorietta, I'm so sorry. And you're in my thoughts and prayers. And I'm sending love and hugs. And Hannah said, I'm so sorry too. I am so sorry, sweetheart. Miss North said, I don't think it's your funeral cost. I think that's to be insured there. You have to be shipped, etc. I wonder if they cremate everyone. That's a good question. I am so sorry, sweetheart. We're going to be praying for you. Bethina said, I'm praying fervently. We love you too, sweetheart, and I'm so sorry. You're going to be in my prayers, and you'll make it through this. You'll make it through. It's going to be okay. You're going to make it through. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was looking. Okay. I'm so sorry. I wish I could give you a hug. We'll be here for you. We'll be here for you, okay? And I'm going to keep you in my prayers. I'm going to go for the day. I want to thank you all for being here. Thank you for your support, your love, your kind words, and for hanging out with me today all the way to the end. I hope you guys have an enjoyable Friday evening. Please keep Lori and Brenda in your thoughts and prayers. I want to tell you all that you are always enough. You are always special. You are always important, and you are always loved. I love y'all, and I will be back tomorrow, and we'll talk more, okay? Kate said, oh my God, Lori, I'm praying for you. I'm sorry. Shelby said, bye. Have a good night, and I'm praying. We love you too, sweetheart. Y'all have a good night, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. And thank you for the support. I love y'all. See you tomorrow. Bye.